Good morning, everyone. It's a big honor for me to be here in RISEBA in H2O 6. My name is Magnus Eding. I work for radio and TV here in Riga, Latvia, and I'm really honored to be here. Well, architecture for me, I could start a 5-minute stand-up about joking about how I only see buildings, and I am in awe for great architecture around the world as well, and here in Riga. But for me, I'm gonna learn a lot of things today here. I am totally sure about it. For you guys, I believe you will see something new and you will have fantastic thought process afterwards, after this RIXARCH. Great event. I'm sorry about my voice and my nose. In Latvia, we have this springtime, you know, and sometimes it gets to you. I feel a little problem with it, but I think I'm gonna go through with it. So shout out to everyone who has running nose as well. Okay, jokes aside, I'm really happy to see you here in present, and as well I want to say hello to everyone who's watching us online. We're gonna go through a lot of fantastic work. We're gonna see a lot of fantastic presentations from keynote speakers as well. Afterwards, the white papers are incredible as well. Efe told me about them. So yeah, but everything in order. I would like you to look closely at the screen behind me, because RISEBA University Vice Rector for Research and his Associate Professor Walter Skaže has sent us a video. Please, video.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, my name is Walter Skaže, and in my role of the Vice Rector for Science at RISEBA University of Applied Sciences, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this conference. RISEBA is proud to be an applied sciences university where business meets art. Therefore, our conference is a unique opportunity for architects, designers, engineers, academics and professionals from all over the world to come together and share their experiences, ideas and insights on the most topical challenges and opportunities in architecture and urban development, from preservation of the cultural heritage to sustainable and even AI-driven future architecture. I would like to address the aspect of sustainability in particular. As we all know, architecture has a tremendous impact on the environment, society and the economy. Buildings consume a significant amount of energy and resources, emit greenhouse gases and contribute to climate change. Moreover, they shape our urban environments, influence our social interactions and affect our well-being. In this context, it is essential to rethink and redefine the way we design, build and operate our buildings. We need to adopt innovative and sustainable practices that minimize our carbon footprint, reduce waste and enhance the quality of life for all. We are building for the future, for the generations to come. This conference aims to address these issues by bringing together experts, practitioners and stakeholders in the field of contemporary architecture. We will explore the latest trends, best practices, and case studies from around the world and examine how they can be applied in different contexts and scales to excel in building for future. We have an exciting program ahead of us, including keynote speeches, panel discussions, workshops, and site visits. We will cover a broad range of topics, from novel building materials and energy-efficient systems to AI tools. We will also discuss the role of architecture in promoting social equity, cultural diversity, and resilience. I would like to thank all the speakers, sponsors, and partners who have contributed to making this conference possible. And most importantly, I would like to thank you all, our distinguished guests, for your participation and engagement. Your presence here today is a testament to your commitment to contribute to a better future. I hope you will find this conference informative, inspiring, and thought-provoking. Let's take this opportunity to learn from each other, exchange ideas, and shape the future of architecture together. Thank you all, and I wish you a fruitful and enjoyable conference. Welcome to Riga. Welcome to RISEBA University.
Thank you, Mr. Każe. Well, we will continue with another great personality here among us, Mr. Jānis Dripe, former Dean of RISEBA Faculty of Architecture and Design. He is architect of Latvian National Library as well. With applause, please. Welcome on stage, Mr. Dripe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, guest speakers, organizers, colleagues. Best regards to the conference on behalf of the Ministry of Culture and the National Library. We are all proud today. We have the first really international conference organized by Faculty of Architecture and Design. Actually, it's the second one, to be honest. 4 years ago, in this room, we had a brilliant conference, Architectural Migration. And if you remember the driving force behind this conference, well, it was organized by Latvian Architects Association together with the Faculty of Architecture and Design, but the driving force behind this conference was today's member of the scientific committee of this conference, Dina Suhanu, together with Dagnija Smilga. And the conference, Architectural Migration, in some way was a sad forecast for today's situation in Europe. We never saw that we are going to live between war and peace. But let's switch to the brighter issues. Today we are also living between two important documents, between Davos Declaration, signed by all ministers of culture all around Europe in 2018, and the new Bauhaus initiative. I do hope that we will touch these documents, we'll talk about them, but also I do believe that we are living between two great personalities. And John Hayduk, one of the greatest scholars of the second part of the 20th century in the United States, and Gunnar Birkers, one of the most famous post-war American modernists. You organized the exhibition, we organized together at National Library, designed by Gunnar Birkers. I do hope this conference is about the dialogue between two great personalities. Once again, I wish all the best to the conference, to the speakers. Dainis, congratulations. I really enjoyed that you somehow switched from my pragmatic approach during my years in the capacity of dean to the more theoretical one. You are talking about relations between subject and object, about poetry of architecture, about culture of architecture. Well, it's a good shift. I really appreciate it. I appreciate that you joined to the team of the faculty, international folks like Efe Dujan and Susan Brorson. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Un sveiciens zvejnieciem.
Thank you, Mr. Dripe. And let's finish this with Linda Leitan, Mrs. Linda Leitan, Latvian Association of Architects, chairperson of the board. Please, on stage. We would like to hear from you as well.
Hello, everyone. It's a really pleasure to welcome you all in this conference. And for me, as the head of the board for the Association of Latvian Architects, it was a pleasure to welcome the previous year, the Grand Prix of the Latvian Annual Award of the Architecture, which was, the main theme was inspired by John Hayduk, architecture that moves the spirit, which is probably the main theme which goes through every object, subject, or every move we have in our daily lives. And I do hope that in this conference we will see and get to know other ideas from John, from the presenters, and I hope you will enjoy the conference. So, thank you, and yeah.
Thank you. So, well, this is a great moment because officially RIXARCH has begun. And I'm really happy to say that first keynote speaker is Rudolfs Dainius-Schmitz. He's the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture at RISEBA University. His work in architecture in several countries received local and international recognition for design excellence. And he's going to speak about the Riga project, Act 2, Urban Trop, Staging Conditions. Mr. Schmitz, please, the stage is yours. Just a second.
Test. This working out? You hear me? Okay. It is a wonderful privilege to be before you today and to speak about John Hayduk. I want to just set my timer here because, as we know, we have to stay on a very specific schedule. And to do that, I am going to enforce it with my timer. Regarding the introductions, I really appreciate what was said. And before I get into my presentation, I want to say that when we talk about the issue of business meeting art and technologies, for these things to have relevance, there has to be an inspired idea. And the inspired idea is the glue that causes these things to happen and to come together. And regarding the idea that has to do with us being inspired. I just want to give a little example. We don't necessarily appreciate the beautiful Jugendstil buildings in Riga because they have energy efficient windows and that their facades are properly insulated, even though that is very important. But we are inspired by them, and people come from all over Europe to see them, is because the architectural idea. And so one of the things that needs to be sustainable is also culture and cultural production. And I'll get into that today as well. So without further ado, okay, so we'll be looking at a few points here. I have a lot of slides, a lot of things to say, so I hope you've had your coffee, because I'm going to be going pretty quickly. I'm going to give a brief introduction, and then obviously to set the stage, who is John Hayduk? This is one of the first conferences where John Hayduk is presented publicly in Latvia. He's been talked about before in lectures, but up until last year, there's been no public discourse about his work. And so today is significant in the sense that we will be presenting to you not only the Riga project, but I want to set the context to briefly, for those that are hearing about him, literally probably for the first time, to understand why this conference is revolving around the topic of his work. Then the Vladivostok trilogy, which I'll explain, the Riga project, its purpose and meaning, the idea of imagine, draw, and fabrication in the process of design, the urban troupe, the staging of conditions, which is directly related to the Riga project, and the Riga practicum, which are the students that actually made this project happen, and then a comment on the past, the present, and the future. So, this here is an image from the original publication in 1987 of the project that was organized by the University of Pennsylvania, University of the Arts. The curator was Larry Mitnick. Basically 35 years ago, the Riga project was an installation of two objects, one called subject, one called object. And the very interesting thing was that no one from Latvia, no one from Riga was actually involved with this project, which to me was a bit of a mystery and also very provocative. I want to start with a quote here. To think of architecture as an objective built work with an autonomous presence deployed for a voyeuristic visitor or a sign with a singular meaning would have been impossible in the Vitruvian tradition. Basically, what this says that even 2,000 years ago, to think of architecture only as an aesthetic or a visual form to appreciate, even back then, the architecture was speaking about something beyond the visual form that we are looking at. And so what we are looking at today and the investigation into John Hayduk's work, where we will see different cross-sections of that today from the different lectures, is that there's something beyond architecture that is fulfilled. So, who is John Hayduk? John Hayduk was a pedagogue, an architect, pedagogue, poet, and painter in the 20th century. His significance arose on the second half of the 20th century, and he was part of a movement that had to do within academia, which I'll get into briefly. Now, here are some shots of him, of his life, different periods of his life. And I just want to mention in the third shot there, he's speaking to Hélène Binet, which is a young photographer at that time, but I will come back to that in a moment. And John Hayduk was about many things, but the things that I wanted to sort of address or mention today is that, well, first of all, he was concerned about architecture's poetic capacity to speak. One of the things that was really important to him, and one of the quotes that really inspired me and set off this project was, if architecture doesn't affect the spirit, then it's not architecture. This is how he differentiated a mere building, a mere technical building versus a building that he refers to as architecture. It should move or evoke our spirit in some way. It should engage us beyond its actual physical presence. The other aspect are the literary and spatial aspects of architecture. Hayduk was also concerned about using elements of architecture regarding space, particularly in working with students in his early years. And then as well, form, meaning, emblem, and sign. These were significant aspects that he was working with. And then, of course, the later part of his life, or the later part of his career, we could say, is that he was also very involved with creating imaginary journeys and worlds with the work and the volumes of different books that he published on this topic. So should architecture limit itself to a stage poetic situations, or should architecture form provide its own poetic? Well, basically, should architecture sort of create an environment for poetic things to happen, or do we just look and appreciate a building for its composition in its own right? And in one sense, and there's a famous explanation given by Jeff Kipnis that explains this really nicely. It's sort of like watching a film, a fantastic film, and you are drawn into the film, you are drawn into the scene, and then all of a sudden someone turns the music off. And all of a sudden the feeling and the emotion of the entire movie falls apart because the music has just stopped. And architecture sort of works in this way. It's always there, and it's creating this environment, but it's sort of taking a second place to the visual. It's actually affecting us how to respond, though it's not taking a primary role. And so for Hayduk, architecture ideas are contained in text, symbols, and emblems, and manifest through built forms, but do they? Architecture is about engaging the observer both physically, psychologically, emotionally, mentally. In architecture, the discipline differentiates itself from mere building by poetics and meaning external to the object's presence. And this is one of the primary things about today's lecture from my side. Architecture as cultural production is not limited to providing pragmatic and technical solutions. So we heard again today that, and in today's, in the last 10 or 15 years, there's a huge focus on architects having to resolve a lot of pragmatic questions, having to resolve technical issues. And I've spent over 30 years in the architecture profession actually doing these things. However, there's something behind all of that that is really quite important, is that this poetic aspect of architecture and that the visual form and the ability for architecture not to necessarily answer all of these pragmatic questions, but how can architecture actually participate by giving us questions and leaving some questions unanswered. So architecture's uncertainty, complexity, and mystery should be able also to engage us. And these qualities capture architecture's strength and sustainability. And so this is a different kind of sustainability. It's the kind of sustainability that has to do with architecture's cultural relevance. Will that building mean something 50 years from now or 100 years from now outside of the fact that it has met a performance specification? These qualities capture architecture's strength and sustainability, asking questions, not merely solving pragmatic requirements, which are very important, so don't misunderstand me, but the question is, what is behind all of that? So architecture, the discipline, differentiates itself from mere building by poetics and meaning external to the object's presence. And these different aspects that I'm mentioning to you are sort of these like summaries that have spoken to me personally and inspired and sort of extracted. You will hear many lectures today, in-depth lectures on different topics regarding John Hayduk's work. So I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg on some of the topics around his work. What I want to mention here is that I mentioned John Hayduk being an influential pedagogue of the 20th century. He was one of the pedagogical disruptions of the 20th century. And when I talk about these disruptions, I'm talking about them in a positive way. Beatrice Colomino has published recently a book about all of the pedagogical experimentation, publications, exhibits, cross-discipline work that was going on in the mid-20th century that through this experimentation stimulated architects and led the whole profession and stimulated the result of architectural works for the last 50 years. These are just some images for those of you that don't know John Hayduk on some of the experimental works and ideas that he was working on, which I won't go into here detail because I want to get to the Riga project. And where this academic explosion started with Hayduk and a team of others that went on to different universities throughout the United States. Colin Rowe was part of this, Bernhard Hössli, and others that came up with a program as an alternate to what was going on in the United States. And this alternate approach to education and experimentation stimulated the profession, and not necessarily that an experiment in architecture or experimentation gives you an answer, but it stimulates thought, and the residue from those different experiments can be a stepping stone to new architectural ideas. And one of those things was, I have to show this, was the famous 9-square grid and the box of different architectural elements that students used to create and define space using these architectural elements. And what I mean by architectural elements, for example, the column. The structural engineer thinks about the column as a device to hold up a building. Well, architects use columns for different reasons. They use columns for defining space. They use columns for generating direction, defining inside and outside. And the column is an instrument that is used to arrange spaces. Obviously, the column is needed for structural reasons, but the structural engineer and the architect use them for different reasons. And then Hayduk went on from this explosion in Austin, Texas, to be dean of the Faculty of Architecture at the Cooper Union. Now, so Hayduk's fundamental question here was that project architecture's impact beyond its physical form. And does it, architecture, affect the spirit, our thoughts, memory, mystery, and hope, or doesn't it? And if it does not affect the spirit, it's a building. And if it affects the spirit, it's architecture. So if you remember anything from today's lecture, this is one thing that you should take away about what his work was about. This image I am showing for a very specific reason. This is from John Hayduk's Education of the Architect. This image here helped me understand the significance of his work, and as a student, I was wondering, why is he asking students to draw instruments? I mean, what's the purpose? What's the value in drawing a musical instrument? Well, as you see here, this drawing sort of deconstructs an oboe, and we see on the left-hand side sort of a section cut through the instrument. We see these openings that are not arbitrary. Actually, their diameter and their location are very specific to achieving a specific task. And then we have the machine that allows and makes the oboe operable to perform specific sounds. And in the midst of this, we have this connection to the human body, because the oboe and the mechanism is directly related to the system and proportion of the hands. So it's not just an arbitrary functional need, but it's directly connected to the human body. And then there's one other aspect that is even the most important, is it's not the beautiful oboe with its brilliant structure as a device that you can look at and enjoy just by its beauty, but it allows the performer to play music. And so the function of all these things coming together isn't the actual structure itself or its aesthetic, but its goal is to play music, create sound. And the last aspect is the audience. The audience enjoys the music provided by this instrument that has been designed for the player. And so there's a wonderful relationship here between the object, the audience, and the subject. So, urban troupe, writing the city. Hayduk's projects, particularly later, had to do with these structures or these objects that were given that had specific image or appearance or structure that may sort of communicate something to us in one way and maybe not. And at the same time, he assigned different functional or programmatic titles to them. And in his book, Vladivostok, he talks about this, and I think this is a really quite clear explanation and worth mentioning here, is that Hayduk established a repertoire of objects, subjects, and the troupe accompanied me from city to city, from place to place, to cities I have been to and to cities I have not visited. The cast presents itself to a city and its inhabitants. Some of the objects are built and remain in the city and its inhabitants. And some of the objects are built and remain in the city. Some are built for a time, then are dismantled and disappear. Some are built, dismantled, and moved to another city. So these different objects, here's an example of a catalog from one of the books where he generated the idea of a specific shape and form, and then gave these forms also different titles, which behind them combining this sort of image or text or symbol or emblem with a title that may give an idea or indicate some sort of function. And sometimes these things coming together in one sense could leave us maybe even disturbed or not quite clear on what is trying to be communicated. They were at times maybe quite opaque. Here I just want to put up just a visual where I just thought it was very interesting to take. On the left-hand side, we have Latvian folk text and symbols. These symbols are used in different arrangements, communicating different things from the Latvian folk tradition. And on the right-hand side, from Canadian Archive, some sketches of Hayduk's different signs and symbols together with different titles and signatures indicating some sort of function here. And it's almost sort of like a hieroglyph where you have a text that not only has a visual appearance, but also can communicate a sound or even communicate a meaning, all three of them together in one form. And then here's one other example from the Latvian ethnic signs, meaning sun or moon or some sort of blessing or some sort of indication of protection, and how those different signs work and communicate. And a simple sign can be very loaded with information. And so these Hayduk, the reason why I'm giving these examples to try to help understand with this example that these different signs or these different shapes, these different elements that he was sketching and drawing and thinking about, how they could operate from this other example. So the language of architecture brings meaning that operates beyond structure and form, to create space and shelter not only to meet our physical needs, but to serve as a shelter for our memories, past, and thoughts of the future. So, right before we go now to the Riga project, some of these different structures that Hayduk had sketched, students from various universities throughout the world were actually inspired to build these. This wasn't sort of necessarily a planned event. In some cases, the initiation came from the students in the universities at the different locations. And I just want to show you a few shots from London, Berlin, Oslo, Riga. I won't talk about Prague because James will be talking about Prague. And the question is, what other locations can that be? So here's an image of one of these structures regarding the collapse of time that was done in London. Here's a sort of austere, sort of maybe cynical or sort of mysterious structure that was built in Oslo in the 80s. This two-dimensional drawing becoming a three-dimensional space set up within this public square. This actually image had to do with surveillance and security. And particularly in this evening light, this idea of surveillance or you being watched actually is quite communicated through this object. And then also these objects were sometimes installed on the inside of buildings in atrium spaces, which actually transformed and created, in some cases, very foreboding, mysterious atmosphere within the environment they were installed. And then maybe these more playful, this was done in Brazil, these more, perhaps more playful rather than austere forms. So from the Vladivostok trilogy, there's 3 books in this trilogy. I'll be talking about now the Riga book. The Riga book has sketches of real and imagined journeys that I mentioned earlier. And here's these sketches on ruled paper that Hayduk did about Riga with different texts and different ideas that he was playing around with. And the book also includes these very mysterious, sort of bizarre, sort of macabre sort of journeys within the title of this book called Riga. And I just want to show these to you briefly just to get an idea of the mood or the atmosphere that he was looking at and experimenting at, and how these architectural forms provoked emotion out of the viewer that looked at these. Sometimes he placed these in juxtaposition to sort of contextual elements or buildings. For example, you can almost read these as Soviet bloc housing buildings or industrial buildings along these canals that he imagined, and then how these different elements or structures would intrude within the landscape of the city. So, the Riga project. Here's a very interesting quote when this project was presented and exhibited. A woman came up to me in Philadelphia who was pretty outraged. She said to me that she lived in Riga, and the Riga I present was not the Riga she knew. She was really very angry and not nice to me. And I said, your Riga is your Riga, and my Riga is my Riga. I was not going to let that go. The point of this is that John Hayduk was concerned about how people can read the city and interpret the city, and that there's not just one way of reading a city or understanding how it operates and how it works. So, the proposed reenactment of the 2 fabrications. Now, we're talking about the Riga project. When we were inspired to bring the Riga project to Riga, the idea was about doing a reenactment of the actual 1987 installation and doing it in Riga, sort of like a debut, sort of a homecoming, where the ideas that were done about the subject object could actually be built and executed in Latvia. And this also sort of provoked a lot of questions, you know. How do people perceive Riga? What is my Riga? What is your Riga? How do you take an unchoreographed event and set it up and stage it within a city? And how will people react to this? And how does it change space? How does it change the environment when these objects are set up in a different condition? It's sort of like many of us have seen plays, or we go to the opera, and sometimes we go to the same musical, but there's a different cast, there's a different arrangement of music. It's the same topic, but we are looking at it in a different way through a different prism, and bringing the subject objects that were installed within a building. Our idea was to bring those to Latvia and have them installed in different urban conditions. So what purpose of meaning does reenacting Hayduk's subject-object structures have today? What contemporary issues can be addressed or demonstrated? Well, the subject-object structures work to impact particular conditions and contexts in direct relation to time and memory. The subject-object structures installed at different locations engage the particular spatial context, whether it be urban or rural, and its inhabitants, and I'll show you some pictures about this. And the subject-object fabrications remain the same, yet in different contexts. I'll jump over that. Part of the process and the publication and the practicum studio that we worked with on the students in context with the Riga project was also to present Hayduk's ideas about imagination, about drawing, and about fabrication, and how these things work, not in a linear way, where I imagine it, draw it, and build it, but in a cyclical way, where we imagine, draw, we don't like what we've drawn, we reimagine, we draw it, we build it, we don't like what it looks like, we go back from the model to the drawing, and so this interactive process, rather than linear, cyclical. And so here I actually have a quote from one of our speakers today. Jane Anderson is with us today, and this quote during the research on this project, this was really inspiring. The ambiguities between subject and object cultivated by Hayduk's work shift our attentions of constructed architecture and remind us of complex and intertwined nature of reality and the imagination in the design process. And Jane Anderson at the Oxford Brookes University also has a live project international site where they also investigate live projects and how live projects are understood, where we're taking these theoretical ideas from the studio, we're bringing them out into the public space and vice versa. And that live projects involve social, cultural, political processes that impact the solutions. So the first is being imagined, the act and power of forming a mental image. Wim van der Berg talks about the idea is a pre-drawing. He talks about the idea is actually eidos. It actually has to do with form. It's a Greek word. And then the other word, the concept, is a Latin term, coming together in the mind, making it operable. So you have this idea, you have a form that you're working with, but then the concept is a little bit different, because sometimes idea and concept, we use these words interchangeably, but they're actually very different. And the concept is what is coming up with to make the idea come to life. And also very different is the Romans were very concerned as building engineers. They were concerned about how the building should be built. How is it done technically? But the Greeks were concerned about shaping of form and of making form. But you need both of these. And so these two things operating are very important. And so drawing is the translation of our thoughts to paper. And in the SIVA talk, Wim van den Berg describes Hayduk's design process as a constant loop: thinking, drawing, making, and testing. So I will jump forward here. Notation, drawing, for lack of time, I won't go into this, but notation is another way of sort of describing drawing. It's about mark making, about signs, and about figures. And then fabrication or model making. So we start with an idea, a concept, which may be expressed verbally, put to paper. We can paint it. But the thing here that is it holsters thinking, drawing, and fabrication. This is an interactive process. And then also this idea of fabrication is a play on words. It talks about a physical making or or sort of an assemblage of things, but it also can mean a fabrication of something false or making up of a story. So the Riga project. The Riga project presents and demonstrates how structure and architecture polarly work to engage the observer literally and spatially. And from the book I mentioned to you, we have these different images. At the very top, we have this object-subject engaging one another, yet both have their complete different identity. And this watercolor that was published in the Riga book brochure of the exhibit was also then included within the Vladivostok book. I have a couple images here of the original pamphlet that was published 2 years after the event, where actually John Hayduk did some technical drawings to help the students understand how this subject-object could appear. And based on that, then the students, together with some architects, came up and generated their own drawings and axonometries. And the whole event was actually documented day by day over a 10-day period, how this was fabricated and installed. And the first time in 1987, this was installed inside of an atrium space. The pictures that were taken by Hilen Benet, who today is a very famous photographer that has done photography for renowned architects like Zaha Hadid, Peter Zumthor, and others. And then these are images that she actually gave us for the publication of the digitally scanned original black and white negatives. I will not get in, what I did want to mention here is that the same Helen Benet that was a student at that time with Hayduk, actually, these are photographs that she had done for Zaha Hadid, one of her Virtue fire station. And her idea here was that the photographer cannot actually copy a building or complete, but it takes the two-dimensional moment and captures it, and presenting another world. And the whole idea was, can you capture the concept of the architect by taking a two-dimensional picture without giving a text? And obviously, those of you that have studied Zaha Hadid, her original inspiration was the constructivist architects. And you can see that on the right-hand side here, going back to some of the suprematist images, you can actually see in these concrete, this was before the building was finished. This is just pictures from the concrete structure where you can actually see Zaha Hadid's ideas even before the building is complete within the black and white photographs that she took. So, I need to finish quickly, which I will. Urban troop stage conditions. Latvia had these wonderful signs and coat of arms that are sort of two-dimensional stories about the creation of a specific city or county. And you could actually unpack these, and one of our projects will be looking at how to unpack these and go in the opposite direction. How do you take a two-dimensional image and turn it into a three-dimensional project? But I won't get into that now. So, urban conditions. The urban condition for the first location of the subject-object is in Riga. This is the Riga coat of arms. And here we have the subject-object. These are computer-generated images. And the first location that was under consideration is on the bridge that's just outside the door here. If you go out the door here, you will be looking and facing directly at the bridge. This we defined as the urban condition. Another location within Riga was within the KIM Art Center, K-I-M meaning what is art in Latvian. And the proposal was, together with one of their exhibits, to install these subject objects within this internal courtyard, a completely different situation. Another aspect was the how do they work or how do they comment within which we titled the political condition. And this is the Rundal's Palace. And the Rundal Palace is this beautiful location about an hour and 15 minutes south of Riga. And just to throw out a quick definition here, we look at the word subject and what the word subject means, but in this particular condition, just emphasizing the idea that a vassal or one that is placed under authority or control, such as a vassal, one subject to a monarch and governed by a monarch's law. And so the subject objects are placed within the courtyard of the Rundalis Palace on this very strong political axis of this monarchy. And you can see in the middle of the courtyard, the subject objects are set up perpendicular to this axis. And of course, their presence, we are very excited about the opportunity that the director of Rundal Palace has agreed to have these installed. And we're just really excited about getting this process to that stage and how these subject objects will communicate and impact this particular location differently than the location out on the bridge and differently than back in Pennsylvania. The rural condition. There's this bridge in the middle of nowhere in Kurzeme in Latvia. The bridge was built, but the railway was never built between the two cities. It stopped at the end of, before World War II. This bridge has no documentation. It's not in any archives. The drawings are not in any archives. There is no ownership. It's actually located in between two different properties, and it's sort of an orphaned object out in the landscape with no purpose. So you can imagine what we thought would be nice about this. It's waiting for something. It's almost like a stage for something to happen. The train was to continue out to the horizon there and in the opposite direction behind you. So we thought this is the perfect location for this bridge to nowhere to host these two subject objects. And the subject objects are in dialogue with themselves, but they also are in dialogue with the bridge and transforming what this bridge is about and its sort of lost or orphaned condition. And the practicum, those are the students that are behind this project. Here are some shots of the different prototypes that the students have been working on to build the real one-to-one. This is the 1-to-4 model that the students building this together with the drawings, working out the details, and then creating models for each one of the locations, which you will have the wonderful opportunity to see this work exhibited. We will be closing the conference at the National Library where all of this work is presented for you to see. Okay, and to close, just a few comments. Architects today have a completely different media at hand than Hayduk did 3 or 4 decades ago. In particular, digital systems of notation and representation. Yet, his methodological approach to architectural practice, the notion of imaginary architecture as an operative undertaking with possible philosophical, even ethical implications, may potentially guide comparable investigatory practices today and thereby contribute to the development of a specific field of artistic research within architectural culture. So regardless of the means, whether you're using pencil, watercolors, or painting, or making, and today we have these wonderful tools. These tools should be used to think about what architecture can be. It's not the tool that is our goal. It's not the form making that is our goal, but what can architecture be today that generates the actual architectural form that we're looking at. And to end here with this poetic image, and one of my favorite authors, Alberto Perez Gomez, who has a wonderful book called Built Upon Love, on the aesthetics and poetics of architecture. Through the poetic image at once destabilizing the productive architecture opens up a space of desire in which fiction is interwoven with human actions. It entices the inhabitant participants to reach out, to know and engage desire without being destroyed, transcending rather than hiding our moral condition. So I hope today, if anything, that I've provoked desire to understand what architecture should be, particularly to architecture students, to emerging architects, to experiment and to discover what architecture should be. And may that desire continue to grow. And the questions that I didn't answer today, I hope those provoke you to seek. And finally, if you are interested in the book that contains the original English republished, the Latvian version, and the work of the students and poets and architects, it's available here also if you do not have a copy of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dinas. This was great. But we will have a 10-minute Q&A right now, and I would like to ask, please join us on stage, Helena Gutmane. Helena Gutmane is landscape architect, urban activist, and planner. She is partner and at Atelier ALPS and lecturer at RISEBA FAD. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them. And behind me, you can see a slide. If you wanna ask some questions online, please do that in chat, and we will take care of everything. Please.
So firstly, I would like to hello everybody. Firstly, I would like to invite the audience to ask questions if you have. I have a lot of questions as landscape architects and urbanists, which, you know, the landscape architects don't work with the subject-object constructing the relationship, because our materials are saying us what to do. So we are listening. We don't play, they play with us, and we just answering. So we are instruments in the hands, in the material, in the nature, and therefore, for me, as for landscape architects, was very interesting to listen to what you have told today, and the two things captured my attention: imagine journeys and imagine think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually the topic of our conference. Yeah, the metaphor of our conference. Imagine think. So you know, coming here in this building now before the conference, I was confronted. So I ran into the person who was talking to herself. I mean, without headphones. Yeah, it's real talking to herself. So living in her reality, and I thought that the borders between realities today, between all possible realities, virtual, physical reality, essential, emotional reality, individual, collective, joyful and dramatic reality, are so blurred. So we, in a very short time, we can find themselves in very different realities, traveling from the party from Riga to the war in Ukraine, it is very, these realities are fast changing and existing in parallel. My question is how the work of John Hayduk can contribute to these very different metabolisms of realities today. So is it actually actual?
Well, what's interesting, to just give a little bit of an example, the whole idea about the Riga project came up at the end of 2019, right before this COVID took over in early 2020. And during those 2 years, what was interesting is that there was such inspiration about the idea of this Riga project and actually being able to bring it to Latvia and to communicate it and to experiment with it, that it stimulated a lot of imagination and a lot of creativity in the midst of a very oppressive period of time that everybody experienced. And one of the most difficult things that I've found working in the design studio with students is, of course, the crippling of live interaction with students by having to try to teach design and creativity through a screen, through the Zoom environment. And so there were many obstacles that wanted to stifle creativity. And I believe that imagination and reality are very needed. Actually, probably Jane Anderson will be talking about that later today, but they go hand in hand. You know, this hand needs a glove, okay? But if the glove ignores the needs of the hand, that glove's going to be useless. And so we have to think and imagine how this covering for the hand can work, and different ways. And when we're talking about style and fashion and all these different things, in the end, this design needs to serve the hand. And so I think this relationship, and we had some of the students were working on these positive negative models where they would cast the positive space and the negative space, and basically the impression of one is in the other, and it's quite they are, reality and imagination are independent of each other, yet at the same time they are dependent on each other. You cannot have one without the other, and particularly in a time of crisis, I think and if you look at history, you know, when we looked at the Russian Revolution with the constructivists and the suprematists, was a time of inspiration and political revolution. We have the 20th century, 60s and 70s, all of those, the huge crisis in the States in 1968, 69. The whole country was under revolution. Yet right at that time, design and architecture was also exploding. And so I think this imaginative process is even more essential during times of crisis.
Yeah, but actually, thank you. I appreciate your answer, but I had also the second part of my question. How do you think today, how can it contribute to what is the social meaning? Could it be used as a social instrument?
Well, as a social instrument, meaning in the sense of how this can engage the public?
Yes.
Well, I think this is even more so. We talking about cultural production and engagement of society. I think, as I mentioned before, just solving pragmatic issues or technical issues is one aspect that is very important. However, for that to happen, there has to be inspiration. There has to be an idea. And I think this is one of the things that which is, I think, sort of transcendent. And even with Hayduk's experimentation and the work with his students, and something that is just as valuable today is that this engagement and for example, this is one of the reasons for the live projects and bringing the studio out into the public and allowing the public to react and participate. And the Riga project sites will definitely impact society and those that go to visit those sites to see those places in new and different ways. And I obviously, when we're talking about topics like you mentioned, the war and other types of crisis, to make a direct connection how that will solve the problem is difficult. However, one of our students did a diploma project on doing a memorial on a bridge that was destroyed in Ukraine, and that broken bridge was left in its broken state, and the memorial was designed for people to come and light candles. And so this place of tragedy engaged society, and this destruction became actually a place of memory and hope. And so even in the midst of crisis, it is very important to provide or stage opportunities for people to demonstrate that hope by the simple task of going and lighting a candle together with others that have suffered this loss from the war. Yes.
Thank you so much. 10 minutes has
And my 5 more questions.
went too fast, yeah. Don't worry about that, because we will have a lot of free time in lunch and coffee breaks and etc., where we can speak about this huge and great topic, because I'm totally sure that a lot of questions are popping up right now in people's minds. Don't hesitate to ask them a bit later. Thank you so much for this, and we will continue further with the next presentations.
Yes.
Well, the next person on stage will be David Turturro. David Turturro is an architect, historian, and assistant professor at Texas Tech University. And I would like to ask on stage with David as well, Efe Duyan, because Efe will be a moderator of Q&A session as well. So please, the stage is yours. David will speak about the mask as critique of place.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Test. Okay, good. Hi, hello. Before I begin, first of all, thank you for having me. I'd like to thank the organizers, Dinas Smits, Efe Duyan, and also Jim Williamson, who made the introduction that allowed me to be here today. It's really an amazing opportunity to be in Riga, to see the city, which I sort of long imagined, some of the other speakers, I'm sure, to actually be here in person, and I look forward to seeing more of it and to meeting many of you. I believe it's the rarest of occasions to gather such focused minds on a subject as specific and focused as John Hayduk's Riga project, that the occasion for this gathering is very special. And I'm honored and grateful to be included. Even at the most prestigious pillars of higher education, such focused endeavors are few and far between, so I think this is a really special opportunity. I named the paper Against Place for 2 reasons. First, I'm going to argue that we can understand Hayduk's masks and the Riga project in particular as part of a larger project where Hayduk and his colleagues critiqued emplacement as an architectural concept, thus undermining certain phenomenological agendas for architecture. I believe that this critique contains one of the most important political strains to be considered in contemporary architecture. Second, against place is meant as my own commentary on the historiography of John Hayduk. I've always been surprised by how relatively unstudied Hayduk has remained. Despite his continuing influence on discourse and practice, I believe the difficulty of placing Hayduk is primarily is a primary reason for this lack of research. He's difficult to place, right? This is not just because of lackluster scholarship, but because of trends to explore disciplinary and canonical boundaries. I believe there's still much work to be done critically refining core histories. This is to say that I mean for my work on Hayduk to be critical. And this is sort of, today I intend to sort of make an experimental sort of provocation about Hayduk's work. This criticality is an important point. Since Hayduk's passing in 2000, much of the little work that has been done about Hayduk is what I would consider to be dogmatic. The insistent assertion of a Haydukian way, as his peers and colleagues remember it, understanding the projects the way that Hayduk himself presented them, with only the references he endorsed. This dogmatic method is usually presented as the exclusively authoritative method for studying Hayduk. When I began working with Michael Hayes at Harvard in 2009, this is one of the first things he warned me about. The truth is that I don't even think Hayduk would have endorsed the dogmatic approach, even during his lifetime, when he famously insisted that his work never be on the table for discussion or analysis at Cooper. Approaches to reading his work were not so dogmatic. For instance, the various readings by Moneo, Frampton, Eisenman, and even the Chronotope anthology assembled by Hayes himself all offered totally original readings of Hayduk's work, not necessarily attached to the architectural work itself, but instead having more to do with the interests and projects of the various authors. There's no doubt and plenty of evidence that Hayduk was laser targeted and very insistent on the narrative of his own oeuvre. Unlike his dogmatic followers, however, Hayduk was intellectually curious and generous. I believe this is a big part of why he admitted terms, concepts, and realities that make his work difficult to place. This is why the question I'll pose in my talk is a difficult one. Were Hayduk's architectural masks primarily concerned with an ontology of presence or a metaphysics of absence? I'll return to this question momentarily, but first I'll spend a few minutes summarizing Hayduk's work and its relevance to contemporary practice so that we can glimpse the pertinence of this question. Here's Hayduk. Oh, wow, that's a different font than I had imagined. So I just want to show some contemporary, or let's say, projects that I think that were directly or indirectly influenced by Hayduk, just as sort of an immediate impact or influence of Hayduk, just so we sort of understand how Hayduk is relevant to architectural practice that occurred after Hayduk. Jacques Herzog was a student of Hayduk and Rossi in Zurich. Laurie Hawkinson was a student of Hayduk at Cooper. And some of these sort of are very close imitations or bear resemblances to Hayduk's projects or the types that Hayduk would have introduced. Shigeru Ban, who proposed his own curtain wall house, what we might think about compared to the wall house itself, or the wall-less house. Liz Diller, also a student of Hayduk, and sort of her own sort of troops of interesting performative structures and fabrications. Michael Meredith, who I think has become one of the more interesting contemporary readers of Hayduk and his various projects. Here in Meredith was, who also has written a bit about Hayduk, was one of the first to sort of really be trying to incorporate into contemporary architecture the frontal flattened axonometric, which, as we know, has sort of taken over the schools, right? I look at the Johnston Mark Lee projects, which are also very influenced by Hayduk. Bureau Spectacular, where these things almost look like they could have been Hayduk projects themselves. Office Kovacs, I think Jennifer Bonner and Mall. I think these are just really exciting examples of how the sort of influence of Hayduk sort of continues to the present. And I think we're going to see many more of these today, just the way that, you know, somehow Hayduk's influence remains sort of pertinent and alive in many different ways, even if it's not necessarily true to sort of the exact terms or the sort of exact expectations that Hayduk would have had for his own work. Even in publications that, you know, I think about Log, which I think is sort of the leading architectural theory publication, and how Hayduk continues to reemerge through the pages of Log, run by Cynthia Davidson, of course, who's a fantastic editor, and knew Hayduk. San Rocco, the way that the sort of frontal axonometric became the image for a whole run of a publication, right? This is something that, you know, 20 years ago, nobody was drawing frontal axonometrics, but now we have whole publications which are identifying themselves with a frontal axonometric. This, which ended in 2019. Other journals, project. Oh my God, this font is hilarious. So there's two things. When I started architecture school just over 2 decades ago, the Sanctuary exhibit had just opened, thanks to Michael Hayes with Jim Williamson's assistance. You were involved. When I first tried to learn about Hayduk, there was a sense that his passing was too close. This was just after Hayduk had died. Not just his friends, but the entire discipline seemed to be mourning a loss. And that, it was probably best just not to touch the material, was sort of the sense I got when I began studying Hayduk. The more I pushed, the more I learned that people very much admired the early work, the Texas houses, the diamonds, the walls, but that nobody knew what to do with the later work, the masks, angels, etc. I guess this made my assignment clear. What has been interesting, however, is to see how this has all changed. If then it was very much out of fashion to study late Hayduk, it was very shocking to me, a little bit exhilarating and maybe even annoying how 10 years later, 10 years ago now, everybody has suddenly become interested in Hayduk's late work. While the literature has not really expanded too much, it's really interesting to see how the legacy of Hayduk is again appearing in avant-garde practices, some of the examples I just showed, and how the work of his students and in the work of his followers indicate how this sort of influence has continued. In order to contextualize John Hayduk, I'd like to begin by messing up the history a bit. First, I'd like to correct 2 common misconceptions about Hayduk. Hayduk is usually referred to as a theoretician's architect or a non-builder's architect. I find this to be very misleading and problematic. Hayduk was very much a designer of buildings, of construction systems, of functional spaces, and also a designer of architecture, of cultural commentary, of critical inquiry into the built environment, an explorer of the metaphysics of space. Second, I'd like to challenge one of Hayduk's most frequently repeated assertions that his worldview transitioned from an architecture of optimism to an architecture of pessimism. I do not disagree with this claim because I have some sort of conviction or evidence about his mood. That is beyond our scope. Instead, I challenge the marking of a firm turning point in Hayduk's oeuvre. Instead, I follow Meredith's recent assertion that Hayduk's work is continuous. My research suggests that the key themes that define Hayduk's work were all there from the beginning, even if they were not as palpable or well-formed as they became in the later works. The most obvious evidence is the way that elements from the early projects repeat in the later work. The less obvious evidence is the appearance of strange figures in the early work, the presence of subjects and masks even in the Texas houses. With these 2 caveats in place, that Hayduk was a building-minded and non-chronological architect, I'll now admit that his work can easily be broken down into various phases for study with some ambiguity. The projects are grouped as the Texas projects, the diamonds, the walls, the Venice projects, the masks, the sanctuaries. The problem with this breakdown are many. For instance, where do you put the figures? Do the Venice projects count as masks? Was Silent Witnesses a Venice project, a wall house, a mask, or something else? What about the buildings? Should the buildings be grouped in the phases of architectural drawings, or should they stand as a category of their own? How about the foundation building and the pre-Texas projects, which also seem to stand apart from the rest? This is actually oh dear, and we're missing some of the, okay, this is rotated somehow, strange. Anyways, very weird. Anyways, this is part of a recent drawing that's supposed to be on the slide, which is I have these wonderful research assistants right now. Najmi Malikpour Bahabadi made this wonderful indexical drawing of almost all of the Hayduk projects. And if it was rotated, you could sort of see the progression from the early projects to the late projects and how they sort of develop and how certain elements continue throughout them. Usually we talk about Hayduk's Texas houses as isolated formal experiments, much like the 9 Square project that was meant to reduce architectural impulses to a reductive formal and spatial gestures. This is probably caused by Eisenman's essay In My Father's House Are Many Mansions, which conducted a formal analysis of the Texas houses. What is not often said about them is how closely attuned to the gridded landscape. So here's, oh dear, so here's the buildings. Here's some of the actual built fabricated structures. I mean, you've already seen many of these pictures, but just to sort of provide some evidence for how many of these things were built. I mean, for instance, I don't think anyone has written an essay about the interior of Hayduk projects. You know, what is the quality of these interior spaces? This would be an amazing subject of research, which just nobody has really taken hold of. So the Texas projects. So I'll start with just a quick overview of the different various phases of Hayduk's project to work my way into the masks. Okay, Texas. Oh dear, okay, so we're cutting. I must have assigned the wrong proportions to my PowerPoint. Oh, I can see it down here. Yeah, I see it here, okay. What is not often said is how closely the Texas projects were attuned to the gridded landscape of Texas in the American West. The 9 Square was, and particularly, the 9 Square was particularly sort of attuned to the gridded courthouse towns that so fascinated Hayduk and his colleagues Rowe and Slutsky. We can think of the courthouse square, which you sort of see in the lower right here, as a direct derivative of an urban principle, which, in a short essay titled Lockhart, Texas, Rowe and Hayduk compared to the Bastides of southwest France and to a corresponding civic ethos. Such a civic ethos is also explicit in Hayduk's text for House 6, where he references the Edgar Allan Poe story, The Cask of Amontillado, where I have this here. There we go. The Cask of Amontillado. In this story, this is a story about a drunk who insults an old friend. The friend invites the drunk into his basement to drink the special Amontillado wine. The drunk overindulges and finds himself mortared into a dungeon-like cell of the so-called friend's basement, buried alive in the corresponding Texas house. Hayduk illustrates an uncharacteristically cavernous basement that is perfectly suited to the formal, so here you see the basement of House 6. This perfectly suited to the formal configuration of the house, an interlocking series of L's, into the moral story about the insulted friend taking revenge on the drunkard. Further foreshadowing the later work of Hayduk, there are many sketches of the Texas houses in the archives that also include still life figures such as humans and bottles mixed in the development of the houses. Here is a drawing of House 6 with sort of a figure with a spinal cord hanging from the head, right? These are sort of the preparatory sketches for the Texas houses. Here you see sort of still lives of jugs intermixed with the development sketches for the Texas houses. Mixed in with the development. Last, few people seem to be aware that Hayduk's fascination with the hypotenuse and with the wall was already emerging in the Texas houses. If you look carefully at the diagrams, especially in the cellar plans and the roof plans of the Texas houses, you see the diagonal already emerging in the Texas houses, and you see that the only continuous elements from the cellar to the roof is a wall. It's this one wall that you move around as you move up through the Texas houses. You can sort of take these things apart. The diamond projects, so here you see them highlighted in the top, were an early enigma, yet the most consequential set of Hayduk's projects. It amazes me how 15 years ago, nobody in architecture school knew what a frontal axonometric was, and now virtually everybody draws them, while having almost no clue where it comes from. Hayduk was not the first to make a frontal, soldier, or collapsed, or oblique axonometric. These are various words for it, right? These were especially popular in French Renaissance garden drawings, but Hayduk made them famous. This is because the diamond was not just a representational style or method. For Hayduk, the diamond encapsulated the spatial revolution that was first understood in painting. In his essay, Out of Time and Into Space, Hayduk summarized this as a disagreement between Theo van Doesburg and Piet Mondrian about whether to rotate the figure on a level canvas or whether to rotate the entire canvas. Hayduk argued that Le Corbusier introduced the revolution of the tipped figure into architecture with the Carpenter Center, setting off an architectural time bomb. Exercising the ghost of Le Corbusier, as he claimed to do, Hayduk set out with his diamond series to tip his own corresponding canvas. Hayduk's thinking went, if an axonometric projection of a flat square yields a dynamic three-dimensional figure, then an axon of a dynamic diamond would yield a flattened three-dimensional figure. And here you see here's how he constructed this, right? So if you rotate a square, it turns into a three-dimensional axonometric. If you rotate a diamond, it turns into a flattened axonometric. The collapse of the plan onto the elevation and its correlation to modern abstraction and art was so profound for Hayduk that he attached to this transformation temporal significance. Notably, Hayduk assigned to the hypotenuse, the diagonal, and a square plan, what he called the moment of presence. This hypotenuse line divided past from future and designated a moment of present, what he called encounter. Mark Linder and Michael Hayes have made much of the situation, especially using terms from Lacanian psychoanalysis. For my purpose, I would simply like to emphasize the significance of the wall as Hayduk's diagram of the present, of the here and the now. So here you see some of the diamonds, or here you see diamond project. In the early publication of the diamond projects, he said, quote, perhaps the history of space and architecture can be represented by figure 7, which is the figure on the left, in which A denotes the past, that's the top part, B denotes the presence, that's the hypotenuse, and C, the future. Futures can only be speculated upon. So we're speculating today. And then, of course, the hypotenuse, the diagonal, the moment of the present becomes the wall, right? So around 1970, the wall becomes the leading figure in Hayduk's work. For Hayduk, the wall acted as a sort of metronome, measuring the passage of time as one moved through space. To move from any one moment in life to another, one had to pass through the wall. Hayduk originally indicated that the city would be on one side of the wall and nature would be on the other, though this was a minor theme, as was the mirror on one side. So here's the wall. Here's some sections. This is where that section comes from of the wall. And here's the mirror. If you look at this model, you notice there's a mirror on one side of the wall. This was a minor theme, the mirror on one side, which raised a distinct materiality that had not existed in any previous project. All projects up to that point could be assumed to be glass and concrete, but the introduction of the mirror suggested a very different experience of space. I'd like to further the Lacanian research by offering the joke that the Hayduk wall house was the wall house is when Hayduk went through his own mirror stage, seeing himself no longer as fragmented, but instead as a member of a cohered society. We can be sure that this is not how Hayduk saw it, even if this was another premonition of discoveries yet to come. Following the walls, Hayduk famously shifted from what he called an architecture of optimism to an architecture of pessimism, and became increasingly involved with Europe and with Venice in particular. A series of Venice projects, whether you count them as walls, masks, or something else, are notable because of the enrichment of the forms with more and more complex narratives, names, materials, and something new, particular suggestions of place names. What does place mean? I will admit, place is a new subject for me. The prospect of coming to Riga and talking about masks spurred me to think about it, to dive into the topic. I began with Steen Eiler Rasmussen's classic, Experiencing Architecture, where he writes that architecture must be experienced, that such experiences of architectural form require observations that are imbued with character and personality, such as hard and soft, light and heavy, taut and slack, that there is a direct correlation between our perception of form and the qualities that we conceive for those forms. Further, Rasmussen argues that the appearance of a building or a person bears a direct relationship to that thing's disposition and entire being. This, for me, is where Rasmussen's argument slips into the realm of ontology. Rasmussen's sentiment of empirical architectural character bound to a thing's being was further developed by Hayduk's one-time Harvard colleague, Christian Norberg Schultz. Norberg Schultz, in his mid-career book, Genius Loci, goes a great deal further than Rasmussen by asserting that belonging to a place is to have an existential foothold in the concrete environment. Invoking Martin Heidegger's concept of the life world, Norberg Schultz develops a theory for a phenomenology of architecture centered on similar such experiences that inform what he calls our being in the world. Following this line, the first chapter of Norberg Schultz's book is focused on the phenomenon of place, what he describes as, quote, the environmental character or atmosphere, a total phenomenon which we cannot reduce to any of its properties, such as spatial relationships, without losing its concrete nature out of sight, end quote. He goes on that a phenomenology of place means a return to things, as opposed to abstractions and mental constructions. Norberg Schultz goes on to distinguish between space, which he claims is concerned with the organization of elements, and place, which is concerned with his general atmosphere. Norberg Schultz's place is importantly defined by what he calls the character of enclosure, which creates presence. Here we are again with the word presence, like Hayduk's moment of the present. Further, Norberg Schultz argues that the existential purpose of building architecture is to make a site become a place. Where things get especially dicey with Norberg Schultz is when he turns to the spirit of place, an environmental schemata which determines all future experiences, including the qualities of a person's identity. Finally, quoting the Old Testament, Norberg Schultz concludes that to be a wanderer of the earth is to have lost place. In our present age of migration, such an assessment seems very problematic, though I will return to this momentarily. To happily return to our subject, John Hayduk, I'd like to ask if this existential foothold of phenomenology is the type of place that appears in John Hayduk's architectural masks. I believe that moving into the masks will help us to answer this question. Here you see the 13 watchtowers of Canareggio. The 13 watchtowers specified a place, Canareggio, a famous old metallurgy shipbuilding and Jewish ghetto district in Venice. Hayduk's text also specifies daily routines for the project's residents, rituals for recording time, and alludes to the Last Supper as a thematic inspiration. The project includes 13 towers like the 13 men at the Last Supper, and a table with bread and wine, like the body and blood. A miniature wall house is combined with a new form, a tower that served as a laboratory for material, formal, and spatial experiments for Hayduk. We can note that the site is becoming more and more real, almost locatable. For the project, the cemetery, here you see some sections of the 13 watchtowers. For the project titled Cemetery for the Ashes of Thought, for instance, the existing Molino Stucchi pasta mill is actually specified as a site. A companion to the watchtower was a project titled The House for the Inhabitant Who Refused to Participate. I think this is one of the best titles of any project in architecture ever. The House for the Inhabitant Who Refused to Participate. Here, said refuser, like the earlier projects, passed through a wall to perform each function of their life: toilet, bathing, eating, cooking, plus an all-important other function, self-reflection. Reflection occurred between an empty cell on the wall and a mirror suspended on a tower in the public campo. You see the mirror to the upper left, right? The mirror was a one-way mirror, behind which a member of the public could observe the refuser undetected. Meanwhile, a third citizen could be sitting on the bleachers out there, could trap this voyeur in the tower by releasing a trap door. This convoluted narrative, which I've simplified tremendously for you, vaguely recalls the Cask of Amontillado story from Texas House 6, which is here rendered more politically specific. A person who refuses to participate in the Christian rite of the Last Supper is exiled to a sort of jailhouse for reflection. Seemingly, the worst crime in this project is voyeurism, a crime which entails its own internment and possibly even death without the possibility of introspection. The person who gets trapped in the tower cannot observe themselves right. They can only sort of see the world occurring without them while they are there trapped alone in the tower. The refuser house is where we gain the closest glimpse of subjectivity in the work of Hayduk. This is because I find remarkable similarities between this wall and Michel Foucault's reading of Jeremy Bentham's Panopticon, which was intended as a reform house for various institutions, such as a prison. In the Panopticon, as Foucault had it, there was an extraordinary manifestation of architectural power. There was an unusual relationship between the guard tower and the cell inmate. The guard tower was enclosed by a mask that allowed the guard to see out, but not to be seen in return, much like the one-way mirror of the refuser's tower. As a result, the inmate in the prison cell understood their own subjectivity not in relationship to the visibility of the guard, but by the omnipresence of the tower. The inmate, according to Foucault, understood their very soul and human agency to be one-to-one with architecture rather than other humans. Foucault called the emergence of this power-entangled soul assujettissement, which has been translated as subjectification or subjectivization, not subjugation or subjection. It is in this sense that the inmate or the refuser can find solace and peace in their carceral state. Like Herman Melville's Bartleby, the refuser's whole worldview and existential subjectivity is the flip side of the social contract, the right to prefer not to. I believe this is important for Hayduk. The social contract is not just the 9 square of the law, but also space for those who prefer not to. I don't think we have time for all these quotes. So I have my own sort of definition. Here's at the top, there's sort of standard definitions of subject. Someone under the control of a person, a principle or power, a thinking being, a substance, a property, focus, a cadaver, surveillance, knowledge, a literary theme, the real body enclosed by architecture, an emancipated autonomous soul. My working definition of a subject is a body positioned not merely in space, but drawn into question by architectural abstraction, and thus linked to tangible apparatuses of power, such as the frame. A subject is a body implicated by architectural abstraction. And that comes from other research. Subjectivity is also quite important for Hayduk's emerging invention of the architectural mask. What is a mask? A mask is a type of court theater. Where is it here? Okay, there's many definitions, right? It's a form of amateur dramatic entertainment, popular among the nobility in 16th century and 17th century England, which consisted of dancing and acting performed by mask players. That's the Oxford English Dictionary definition. But more extensively, a mask is a type of court theater that was popular among English nobles in the 16th and especially the Jacobean period in early 17th century. The best known mask stage set designer was Inigo Jones, who also designed costumes for many of these performances, which were written by the court playwright Ben Jonson, the most notable dramatical author to follow Shakespeare. These productions are politically interesting because the royalty often participated in them alongside guests in the productions which allegorized historical events with the inclusion and sometimes transgression of those who were involved in the events themselves. It's kind of like fake news with higher production value and much more fabulous drag ensembles, right? What made these productions architecturally interesting is that Inigo Jones quite literally borrowed his Italian discoveries. So here you see some of the costume designs. But Inigo Jones literally borrowed his Italian discoveries from the treatises of Sebastiano Serlio and Michelangelo and combined them in his stage set designs, inventing fictional utopian cities for the plays that reinforce certain moral themes, and interestingly also commentary on architectural tropes. One of my favorites is, so here you see the Serlio, but here is one of my favorites, such as the caryatid as a male slave, and this, which I think was for the Maritime Palace for the House of Oceanus, Neptune's Triumph. This borrows the exact form of Michelangelo's prisoner slaves from the tomb of Pope Julius IV in Rome. Inigo Jones assembles an entire stage set out of Telemans in this instance, thus blurring ambiguously the line between figuration and subjectivity and architecture, just as Vitruvius had done incorrectly in Roman times in the first chapter of his 10 books. Yes, I think we're coming to the end here. On architecture and the passage dedicated to the education of an architect. The reason Jones is interesting for us is because Colin Rowe wrote his master's thesis under Rudolf Wittkower about a hypothetical treatise that Inigo Jones had meant to write. Rowe was an expert on Jones and key colleague of Hayduk during the Texas Ranger years when the Hayduks arrived in 1954 in Austin. Hayduk was thinking about masks when he drew the Texas houses. The earliest mask Hayduk drew was called the theater mask, which I think I have an image of here. I'll just go ahead. So you're all familiar with the slaves that Inigo Jones was copying. The earliest mask Hayduk drew was called the theater mask, which was a combination diving pool and plein air theater. The second was the New England mask, inspired by the Paul Strand photograph Palladian Window and the film Morning Becomes Electa. Following the classical Greek tragedy Oresteia by Aristophanes, Morning Becomes Electa was originally a Eugene O'Neill play that followed a mother and daughter's angst and, in the absence of the family patriarch, a sea captain. They pace anxiously around their house, a widow's walk and a porch, waiting for the father to return from sea. In their angst, a love affair develops between both women and a local young man. Jealousy and competition drive the daughter to a plot to kill her own mother, which is ultimately foiled. The daughter is tried in court, where the mother forgives her. The result of the forgiveness is that the mother and daughter live in peace. Reflecting this complex mother-daughter dynamic, John Hayduk's New England mask proposes side-by-side similar houses separated by an axis to the sea, toward which both houses are intently focused, with matching widow's walks, balconies, and theater wings. Beyond a series of parallel slots and walls separated the beach and the house from the gardens in the rear, which included feathering hedgerows that reach up toward a forest and mountain. The tension of the adjacency unfurls into the wilderness of the gardens, beyond which the facade of the houses remain orderly and focused on the sea in the fore. This project marks the first of many projects by Hayduk where he considers what he calls the space of women. On the horizon is the father's ship returning from travel. He even dedicates the project to the aspiring feminist architect Reggie Goldberg, a former student. If you return for a moment to the Cemetery for the Ashes of Thought, the first Venice project, we see literary references again embedded. Where is this? Cemetery for the Ashes of Thought. Okay. If we return for a moment to the Cemetery for the Ashes of Thought, the first Venice project, we see literary references again, embedded in the hedge-like walls, and we also see something else new. Wallhouse 3 appears in this project on a small square that is either an island or a barge. Suggested here for the first time is the possibility that Hayduk's objects move. This movement is important because as Hayduk works into the 1980s, the masks move more and more. In the Berlin mask, the public theater has wheels. In the Lancaster-Hanover mask, at least 6 structures move and even more appear to move. Not only do the individual structures possess the wheels to move around the named places, Hayduk also specifies that the structures move. altogether from one city to another like a troupe of circus performers. He explains his 1980s projects in the following way. Did I already show this? Yeah, so this is the quote that Dinas already showed about Hayduk's structures moving from place to place. This has been and is a long journey. Bodies of water mark the trek. Venice of the Adriatic, the lagoons, the Venetian canals, the river Vltava of Prague, with its echoes of Rilke and Kafka, the waterways of Berlin, the Gulf of Riga, Lake Baikal, the Sea of Japan of Vladivostok, the elements giving off their particular atmospheres and sounds impregnate my soul with the spirit of place, place actual, place imagined. This traveling show reflects Hayduk's interest in David Braithwaite's book, Fairground Architecture, where Hayduk found mechanical drawings and specifications for carnival rides that might have been an influence for some of Hayduk's more technical mask drawings. As part of the Riga project in 1987, Hayduk included 4 structures that were designed to move from place to place. Collapse of time, security, and booth on wheels traveled from city to city. A woman in the booth would dispense books. The reference here is to Gloria Hayduk, who repeatedly received recognition for guiding Hayduk's reading. As the collapse of time clock descended from the flat present to the isometric future to the perspectival past, Hayduk's poem, The Sleep of Adam, would be read by the townswoman in the booth. When the collapse of time and reading of the book were both complete, the book would be nailed to the pole to rot, and the objects would move on to the next city. Hayduk explains, the clock tower on the caisson can be moved from place to place, from time to time. The townspeople proceed to move the mobile clock, the movable booth and security structure along the road to the next nameplace, where the procedure will repeat itself as before, but with the receiving townspeople officiating at the new site. In other words, while these structures were designated specific places to visit, they were also wanderers, stymieing Christian Norberg Schultz's assertion that wanderers are without place. We also see here that Hayduk's uses the phrase nameplace. The suggestion is that these might not be fully loaded experiential earth places, but instead just intellectually loaded names. That these sites have ideas and literature and culture attached to them. But Hayduk never intended to set foot in them. They need not even exist. He says as much, quote, I have established a repertoire of object subjects, and this troupe accompanies me from city to city, from place to place, to cities I have been to and to cities I have not visited. I believe that this method practice is a new way of approaching the architecture of a city and of giving proper respect to the city's inhabitants. It confronts a pathology head on. So it is that we come to the project of Riga. Riga was first and foremost, where's Riga? Here's Riga. Riga was first and foremost a name place for Hayduk. He was fascinated by the mystery of cities contained within the shroud of the Iron Curtain, especially with those with dark Holocaust histories. Here's the actual map from the Vladivostok sketchbook that Hayduk used to sort of identify the cities. Where's Riga? Okay. Yeah, I have about 2 more pages. Do you want me to finish it? Yes, I think I should. The atrocities of the Rumbla genocide of Jews would not have been known to Hayduk, and the ostensible reason for selecting would have been known to Hayduk, and it was probably the ostensible reason for selecting Riga among other Soviet cities at the time. Such would follow the precedent of the House for the Suicide and Mother as a Jan Palach Memorial for Prague. The Kreuzberg Tower and wings is reference to the Guard Tower and walls of the Death Strip. Victims literally on the site of the Gestapo headquarters in Berlin. This reference would also explain certain explicitly political and civic structures in Riga. Prisoners' Ferris wheel, where are these? Here, sorry, this thing is slow. Here we go, okay. The prisoner's Ferris wheel, French-American consulate, Chinese consulate, town detective, weights and measures house, object subject, chief of police, border guards, public punishment tower, security, mayor, cardinal. Hayduk was thinking about fictional subjects in a Riga that he did not know, much as he thought about the refuser in Venice. Before we finally dive into the question of whether Hayduk's subject objects are concerned with the phenomenology of place, I'd like to offer an alternative definition of place. In 1972, Raymond Abraham arrived at the Cooper Union to teach alongside Hayduk. Abraham would go on to become one of the most influential faculty members during Hayduk's tenure as dean. When Abraham arrived, he brought with him a rich experience from an experimental Austrian art scene. Sorry, where's my Abraham? I'm trying to jump ahead here. Here you see these. Here you go. Okay. When Abraham arrived, he brought with him rich experience from an experimental Austrian art scene. Abraham began his architectural career in Vienna at the moment when a group of young artists pioneered a performance art movement known as actionism. The artists performed sometimes violent, sometimes sexual, always radical performances. Alongside these so-called actions, the artists read manifestos that decried modern functionalism. One artist, Hermann Nitsch, drew architectural plans that referenced Greek mythology, Christian rites, and Nazi crimes. Alongside these plans, Nitsch performed crucifixions of animals and humans and disembowelments, acted out by dozens of actors who sang and chanted Hitler speeches while church bells clanged and blood spilled on the ground. Nitsch made palpable the literary narratives that are widely known but narrowly understood, giving them dimension, light, scent, and taste. Nitsch's plans envisioned a vast underground tomb, labyrinth, or an acropolis for the performances of these actions. Meanwhile, actors danced and stomped flowers, wine, blood, and guts into the fresh overturned soil. And I'll show some very brief images of this. So these are sort of the actions that Nitsch was performing. For Nitsch, the ground was not a place at all. Soil could not be divorced from its cruel association with blood. For Nitsch, Boden could only be Blutenboden, Nazi blood and soil. Nitsch believed in the Freudian concept of abreaction, of the outpouring of guilt and shame by directly confronting past misdeeds. In other words, Nitsch was trying to purge the shame of previous generations' Holocaust guilt. This was the case not just for Nitsch, but for the other actionists as well. For actionists, soil, like the nation state, was a canvas of discontent, a medium to be challenged. Filmmakers, architects, and others took note, as they were likewise concerned with processing the guilt of an earlier generation. Raymond Abraham was one of those architects. With Walter Pichler and Hans Hollein, these three architects all took interest in actionism and explored its critique of the functionalist ground variously. For instance, the Viennese architects also scripted manifestos. Pichler and Hollein wrote a text titled Everything is Architecture, and Abraham published a book-length essay titled Architecture Elementaire, designed by Pichler and featuring photographs by Joseph Duprat. This elementary architecture, or architectonics, as Abraham translated it, followed the actionists by associating most vernacular architecture with blood and soil functionalism, suggesting that other abstract geometric lessons can be taken from them, independent of place. Abraham argues that the useful qualities of architecture are those that can be found elsewhere. This subtler critique of technocratic functionalism was shared by the three architects. All were more concerned with how geometric massive megaforms could puncture, collapse, and merge into the ground. I'll talk more about this in the relationship to feminist actionism in my paper this afternoon, but the connection between Abraham's architecture and the actionist critique of blood and soil Nazism becomes even more apparent in Abraham's 1973 10 Houses, where Abraham designs a house for Pichler and for Nitsch, both submerged in the ground. Later, I will specifically focus on the way that Abraham drew the ground as a ghost-like substance through which architecture could be revealed, like an X-ray image, to simultaneously read the ground and the subterranean architecture in it. While the transference is not complete, I believe that this is the source of the novel X-ray approach that came to characterize Hayduk's masks. Further, I think this is another indispensable piece of evidence for Hayduk's attitude towards place. It can be no coincidence that the supposed shift in Hayduk's work from optimism to pessimism so neatly coincided with Abraham's arrival. Nor is it a coincidence that Hayduk increasingly incorporates moral narratives into his projects after the arrival of the actionist manifesto man. Thus, it can be no surprise that Hayduk chose cities with such tragic political narratives. Venice, the city with the actively falling angels; Prague Spring, Wings of Desire, Rumbula. Action architecture deploys the ground as a stage for the performative expulsion of guilt from other times and places. Hayduk's masks add to the social contract of 9 square obedience, wall-house refusal, and a subject of absolution. What is at stake in Hayduk's Riga project? I would say nothing less than the possibility of an architectural imaginary and nothing more than the social contract. Thank you, and sorry if I've gone over. Yeah. Cheers. Cheers. Do we have time? Do we have? Okay.
Thank you, David. Well, we continue with quick Q&A, if I believe, Efe, yes?
Yes.
And Q&A will be hosted by Efe Duyan. He's an architect, a recognized poet and novelist and academician, currently appointed as a research coordinator at FAD RISEBA.
Thank you, Magnus. Thanks, David, for this very comprehensive speech. So I have a very fundamental question for you, inspired by your speech. So, as an architect, if you start to think out of the box, as we have seen in your presentation, how much would you suffer in our contemporary world in practice?
That's a great question. You know, my poor research assistants, Derek, Williamson, and Najme, they have been working on Hayduk the last few weeks to make some of these new Riga drawings that I showed on the screen. And I tell them, I say, the name John Hayduk is not going to get you a job. But I think what they would agree with me about is that by looking at the work and by working on Hayduk, I think there's some very important, useful, and fundamental lessons about architecture that I think is something that comes out of it. And I think this is one of the great qualities of the work, that there's not just architectural details, which there are, but there's something else, some other morale about the world, about urbanism, about the city. I think that there's something that everyone who looks at Hayduk takes away. And I was thinking about this previous question about the woman talking to herself on the street. That might have been me. I think that there's absolutely a social contract in Hayduk's work, and that I know that's very true to sort of his own mythology. But there's an idea of the city. There's an idea of a public. There's an idea of people, addressing different humanities. And I think that it's not only, the space that Hayduk creates for the city with his very urban projects, but I think it's also visible in sort of the way these things become figures. Yeah. I think the buildings have their own faces, right?
In the end, it has a correspondence in the real world as well, right?
Yeah,
so
I agree.
All these ideas, the philosophy, the out-of-the-box thinking, somehow it can also be seen in practice, in his practice also, in the practice of several architects and artists that you've shown. So I have a second question,
sure.
Not about Hayduk, but more about you.
Sure.
So when you talk, it's obvious that how enthusiastic you are about your research topics and ideas. So I would like to ask, for you, how much is architecture a profession or a job, or is it also a passion for you? As a designer and researcher. Yeah.
For me, it's definitely a passion. Yeah, no, I think the passion drives it. I think, the love of architecture, right? I think maybe I actually learned it from studying Hayduk, because I think there's something very, very personal. I mean, there is, even after all the analytical stuff is gone, there's something personal about it, and the ability to tell your story. Architecture, I believe, has this ability. It can be sort of an art form for expression also.
Self-expression, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much,
thank
David.
you.
Thanks coming all the way from Texas. And
Sure. Let's continue RIXARCH, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you.
So next up for us is going to be Heike Hanada. She's the chair of building typologies at Dortmund Technical University, an award-winning architect. I would like to ask as well the moderator afterwards for Q&A, Susanne Brorsen. Susanne is currently professor at RISEBA University in Riga and Hafen City University in Germany, and running her architecture office studio, Susanne Brorsen. Susanne, please.
Yes,
Yeah.
she's coming. Okay. Oh, this is very small. Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful event, and I'm learning a lot, and I hope I can catch up with it. We will see. I'm not a classical researcher. I define myself as an architect and artist, and I will try to explain why I think that the work of John Hayduk had an input on me, even so I never met him. I never had really books of him. I knew only his work by publications and, yeah, by the build work in Berlin. And I called this lecture Traces of John Hayduk Notes on Urban Thicket. And that means to me these traces of John Hayduk in the city of Berlin and on my generation. I will show you some works of the 80s. And how far I could develop, or I could pick it up again with the competition Rafael Moneo was announcing in 2008, I guess, was it? And I won this competition on the subject of the 9-foot square house. Yes, and then I will show you my last work I did last year in Rome. Notes on Urban Thicket, and this is in a way very, it's not a continuous work on the thoughts of Hayduk, but maybe it's more trying to extend it. You all know this Tower of Kreuzberg. What I think what is for me very important about it, it is, I think, the only building of the IBA, of the realized buildings of the International Building Exhibition from 1987, which had which actually succeeded in being or defining a place or lifting the identity of a place which was already there, but he was able to lift it up to a more poetic vision. And I think the task for us architects is that we should try, actually exactly that we should try to read a place and to transform it into something which is already there, or to lift a character which is already there and transforming into a contemporary architecture. And the aspect of this, actually, is it possible to change it because it's so small, and it's in my screen it ends where the writing is. I don't know. We can sorry. So what I show you now is some photographs of the 80s. When I was discovering Berlin, I was 17. I was following a friend. Michael Mussotter, we were grown up at the same place in the south of Germany, going to the same school, and I was 17. He was, I don't know, 23, I guess, leaving to Berlin to study architecture, and I visited him. And during the time, I had my camera with me, and I was photographing the city, and it was so impressive. And I think the point was that the city appeared to me like a sculpture. So the city of Berlin was a fragmented structure, and the walls standing very directly on the ground, almost very often these fire-resisting walls without windows. And in between there was the mud, there was an artificial muddy landscape defining a very free open space. And we were moving from one apartment to another because it was always about, it had to be cheaper and things like that, or maybe they knocked down some buildings and we couldn't stay there, like for example here. But it had this very strong character, and the traces of the history could be read through the materiality, the surfaces of the walls, and the density of the spaces and the sound, the very strong sound inside of these courtyards where you could hear every little noise. And I think this is the background. I'm so sorry for this bad, I don't understand. I know why it is. Okay, next time well, you have to imagine now a lot, sorry. You see, you see on the top the drawing of Oswald Matthias Ungers, and below there is the drawing of victims of John Hayduk. And in this very wonderful essay by Mark Lee about the ice island in the city, he's defining, I think very correctly, that the upper idea of a city is depending on the idea of an island grown from the ocean, and the other one is grown from the continent. So that means that these islands, they are surrounded by the walls, so isolated, and the objects inside are also again isolated. But in the case of Ungers, this island is not part of it's not appearing as a part of the sea, just coming up, but it's already part of a continent. No, it's the opposite way. Sorry. It's part of the ocean, and in John Hayduk's case, it's part of the continent. And here, you see also what is very interesting to me, that he's fencing it in. He's fencing it in the site for the victims again, next to the Berlin Wall. And these walls are not only the Berliner Mauer, but these walls are also these fire-resisting walls. This is again a photograph by me a little later, when I was already a student of architecture. And of course the texture of the walls and the shadow and the light were very impressive and influencing me, as here the shapes of the wall, there's a chimney, and this all together was important. And before Hayduk took part of this competition in 1984 for this area of the former Gestapo headquarters, there was a student competition, Schinkel competition. And this Schinkel competition, my friends, Michael, Andrew, and George, they were joining it, and we were walking around there. And at that time, they already excavated the space to prove what is in the inside of the ground. And this is all the excavated ground in front of the Martin-Gropius-Bau. So the space was totally surreal. And at the same time, you could discover walls like this. This is a coal piled coals inside of the city at the Gleisdreieck, not so far away from there, where these coals have been forgotten. These coals were piled up after the building up the Berliner Mauer to prove that Berliners would have enough coal to heat during the winter if the Cold War would progress. And so this was also kind of an image which was very strong. And when we were walking around there, the Martin-Gropius-Bau, this is my friend George, you can see here this artificial landscape of this excavated ground. It is maybe also important to understand that if you looked from above on the side, you could see this excavated ground, but at the same time you should know that there was a very specific function or usage of that space, which was defined by a person called Strapsari, because he had built up there a so-called autodrome. So this autodrome was also fenced in, and there it was allowed to drive a car without a license. And when you see the drawing of John Hayduk, how he, yeah, we come later, maybe, yeah, here, how he fenced it again with a double hedge, and inside of this double hedge there's a little train driving around. Then for me, it is so strong, this relationship to this former function and the actual design of Hayduk, that I think this interrelationship between the built Berlin, or the existing Berlin at that time, and his design, and this collision might be accidental, but it might have been not so accidental. So, yeah, that's what I feel. And I think that's why also we young architects, or young students at that time, had also similar ideas. Because I didn't have so much information of John Hayduk actually, but my own design at that time was very close to the atmosphere of John Hayduk's drawings. And here you see very beautifully this axonometric drawing. I think then probably Mark Lee or his students did it. I'm not sure if this is original Hayduk drawing, but you see very well how these objects are standing inside of this fenced-in space, and you can see this little train. Maybe? No. Ah, here. Is it? Well, it's here, no? On the lower part. And this bridge, and you had to, and his idea of obviously was that you have to go up a bridge and go down again. So very extremely complicated. That means this place would never be part of the city. It is an isolated island. And also Mark Lee points out that these objects have a relationship to each other. It's a very tender, very gentle relationship, and they are not trying to be isolated, but they try to touch each other at one certain point. And I think this is a very, I would say, very positive, because you were talking about his negative understanding of the world. But for me, Hayduk was never negative, even so he's touching these subjects, yeah, of the crime, of the Holocaust, of the victims. Yes, but he has a very warm, I think, a very warm understanding of this traces of the history. And therefore, I think it's very logical that all these objects are touching each other and embracing spaces, and in a way making, again, urban situations loose, but it becomes a kind of community. And this is, I think, how Berlin was, so loose, you know? I mean, the space was so fragmented, but there were loose kind of interferences, interactions. And then, on the other hand, this catalog he did, obviously the catalog of all the objects of the victims of this competition entry of him. If you read these characters, also they are very, I think, very positive, very beautiful, poetic names, and therefore I would argue this. I would not see any negative direction in his way of seeing the world. He just sees both of it, I think. What is interesting to me is that he was obviously so occupied with this project that years later, again, he made sketches, this is 86, sketches of the victims project again. He didn't stop it. So again, this for me means that this experience with Berlin at that time was very important. On the other hand, here's a sketch of mine. This is I called it the traces of wheels on a car parking lot where the cars are gone. So I wished that the cars had to leave forever. And I think this kind of very tiny observation, how to see the city and the traces of processes in the city, more or less, I think I see a similarity in it. And then there was the year 87. It was just before the building, the Tower of Kreuzberg has been built, and this exhibition inside of the Martin-Gropius-Bau, I think this is very important. It is not somewhere in Berlin, but it is inside the Martin-Gropius-Bau, just next to the site of the victims, where he's showing this tower. It was extremely strong. And again, some years before, I was creating a small tower myself, a car parking tower for the zoo station. And if I have reflected now and observed the drawings of Hayduk, I think it doesn't matter at all if I knew it or not, but I think it shows just the atmosphere of Berlin, and it shows that these found material, which I fit, you do not see the full sky, and you are inside an interior world, perceiving the world as a certain aspect. And also these little wheels, which are giving just a hint of the poetry of the people who live behind this wall. And the monumentality. He was absolutely, I think, also interested in a kind of monumental moment, even so the objects might be small, but he's really trying to make a statement, I think a physical statement. And yeah, and this kind of courage to define it like that in the center of Berlin has a lot to do with the city itself. And I think that's why it is so impressive until today. And on the other hand, this dissolution in lines to break down the monumental aspect of a wall into many, many thin lines and binding them together. And at that time, I want to show you it's a model of mine, the needle house, House of Needles. I did it around 87, so it's the same time as he built the tower in Kreuzberg. But I wasn't aware of it, that it is so directly quoting Hayduk. And I was just interested because the theme was we had to design a theater. And I was thinking, it has to be a space which is totally enclosed, nobody can go inside. Even more extreme, it would not only protect, but almost attack the visitors. And so that's why I made this kind of idea model for the stage, and to explain the teachers and the student, my group of students, what I mean by that. And at the same time, Michael Mussotter was taking me to a place, hidden place in Berlin. This is the abandoned Japanese embassy. And he was taking his objects there to make photographs with a friend of him, and I was just helping. But this observation, I mean, to see this very thin, fragile legs of his objects, or these wooden pyramids inside of this extremely monumental space, and how he arranged it there, like in a very slightly moving, shifting, and breaking so the monumentality by this itself monumental objects, actually, is kind of a surreal world which could happen only there, I guess. I think, and it had also to do with this embassy, because this embassy was built during fascism. It had this touch of fascistic architecture very much until today. And yeah, how to deal with it without neglecting, without denying this existence. And therefore then afterwards, when I went again to Prague to see the built object and how abstract it just became without the concept. This was my only criticism actually in Prague, I must say, that the place where to put it was for me not logical in a way, because it didn't come together. It was a very well visited spot but I was not sure if it would work there. But that's my idea. And then my needle model, my needle house, became this facade, so I was again adding line by line, making a very monumental and impenetrable facade, almost without any window. And inside, the theater stage would have looked like that. And years later, 2019, when I opened the Bauhaus Museum, I had an exhibition at the Architekturgalerie in Berlin. And I rebuilt a needle model because it was lost, because it was so important for me that this kind of physical experience of a space or imagination of a space would be part of the exhibition, together with other objects of my past as an architect and artist. And I put them on steel foot like this, like fragile and isolated, but altogether composition which would talk to each other. And at the same time, I had photos by Andrew. He was also part of this the group which I mentioned before. He's still a very good friend of mine and making all the photos of my build work. And Andrew went to this concrete firm to make photos of these concrete slabs. You can see it, which became later on the facade of the Bauhaus Museum. And the slabs in these little objects in the exhibition actually is the same concrete as for the Bauhaus. That I showed already. And then I would come to a point that I try again from another point of view what it means to have a wall. These are two paintings by Caspar David Friedrich. And he is painting the two windows of his atelier, but he's not making one painting with two windows on it, but he painted two paintings, two different paintings, the left window and the right window. And what is important to understand is the cut in between. Because if you look closer, then you see that there is a mirror hanging. And on the mirror, you see on the left-hand side, you see the edge of the door, and you see the key for the door. And on the right-hand side, you see himself, the painter, the portrait of the painter, reflected in the mirror, and the scissors. And the scissor will cut the wall. The scissor is necessary to cut our perception, to give us a distance that we perceive the world in a different way. And therefore, I think today we talk a lot about transparency in architecture and democracy and things like that, but I believe we need walls. We need walls, we can cut them again to provoke this kind of distance we have here. This is an interior window enfilade at the Bauhaus Museum. And it's a very simple system, and I think the system is in a way so irregular, like the 9-foot square house problem was defined. That means you define a rectangle here, not a square, but a rectangle. And inside the rectangle, you have other rectangles, and these are voids. And then you have other rectangles. These are the cascade staircases. And then you have a built structure, the beams on the ceiling. And you have interior windows, and that's it. And out of these tools, you can create architecture. And this is the interior window after opening the museum. And this is the facade of the museum, totally closed. You can't look inside except some very few parts. And the bench in front of it, and this has the same function like maybe the pyramids I showed you, that the bench has a slight shifting and a light gentle message to the observer that something is happening inside. Yeah. So you don't talk directly, but indirectly to the people. And astonishingly, people in Weimar, especially the young people, they like this building, even though the critique was very harsh. Here you see the row of windows, which is describing the stairs behind. You see a big window looking into the foyer, and that's it. So this is all, I think, what is necessary to show to the outside. And it is important to know that this building is standing next to the Gauforum. And that's why it looks like that. You can't talk directly. And I think this is the reason why Hayduk was fencing in the victims. Yeah, this is again a very nice photo by Andrew during the buildings. I mean, of course, this is beautiful, this contradiction between the lines of the structure and the facade itself. And here, this is another line composition of me. It was an exhibition 4 years before the opening of the Bauhaus. I was making a pencil line drawing on the wall, but not like Sol de Witt, but more like in the context of the gallery, and I was tracing the stones of the floor towards the wall, and the shape of the rectangles were reflecting the window on the other side of the space. So it was a kind of a composition where I tried to talk, to create a dialogue between the two walls, the outside exterior wall with the inside wall, and with the floor. So it is here you see me in the background inside drawing with a mail line on the wall. And it became a very sensitive drawing. Maybe you can see a little bit on the right-hand side, the very regular line drawing. And of course, this has something to do with the lines of the facade, and the lines they are enlightened at the night, and this is the opening night of the Bauhaus Museum. And of course, this moment of contradiction between the massiveness during the daytime and the dissolution during the night is also very important, or maybe the moment of the dawn when the sun is disappearing and the light on the facade is coming up. Yeah, now we come to the design I proposed for the four-square house design problem. I was actually surprised when I won it, because I didn't try to follow or to be a scholar of Hayduk. What I tried is that I tried to extend the question to a different part. Monet was defining, maybe I go back. Monet was defining the competition in a way that we should not only define one house, but 4 houses. And these 4 houses should create a kind of urban situation, and one big question was the garden. And when you today look at the city, in Berlin, obviously all the treatment of the exterior is a problem. Yeah, I think, and that's why I think Monet included that. And this is a drawing of myself we had for the BDA Berlin, and I was just putting these white voids because all these white voids are question marks. These are points which are not solved. And when I started with the, and in Hayduk's, I think in his case, he's more looking for each house single. I'm not sure if I'm right, if there's a composition of more houses than only one, but I knew only this, so maybe I'm totally wrong. I'm not a historian. But I was just always thinking that he is thinking only about one house, but we had to think about 4 houses. And therefore, I tried to develop a geometrical approach between the question of the circle and the square. And by shifting the movement, by tracing and shifting the circles on the squares, I would achieve a kind of ornamental pattern. And this ornamental pattern finally led to a figurative moment, which could become a third dimension. But in between, there would be still this kind of pattern. And here you see the 2 panels I handed in with all the drawings. But the most important drawing for me, I will show you now. And this is this one, where the vegetation is penetrating the architectural structure. And I believe that this is the point where we have to start with if we want to find an answer to our environmental problems. I think we have to think differently about the relationship between human and nature. And I don't think it is enough to think about the resources and how we spend less energy and etc. But I think we have to define ourselves differently. We have to find more respect for nature and the other species. And we have to allow the other species to find ground. Because until now, I think the human attitude is always to occupy space. We always define everything. And in this sketch, I try to show that there's interaction between the other species and us. And I found this last year in Rome at the Palatinum. This the room for the pine tree, and yeah, somehow I thought I have to show it because the Latins, they had a very strong relationship or understanding of garden and villa and house. But nevertheless, here is then the plan of the 9-foot square house, and you can see that how much it is interacting, the vegetation and the built structure, and it is more like a ruin-like structure. And the only element which I installed was the stairs. And the stair is not a usual stair, but a stair which you sometimes almost can't walk on, because it is in 90-degree always to all kind of shapes. It's not moving with, but it's always in a 90-degree angle. And it would lead to the second and third floor, and more the space is dissolved. And indeed, yeah, and here you have this, as you mentioned, this famous 90-degree axonometric drawings. But what happens here is that it becomes totally labyrinthic. You can't read it anymore. You don't know what it is, and it's mysterious in itself. And then after I won the competition, we tried to build some models of these circular, fragmented circular spaces, playing with the light. And the whole model would look like that. So I don't know, how many minutes do I have still? 5, okay, I run through, thank you. Now I will show you something else. Because now I was always talking about an architecture and an architecture as object, but at the same time I wanted to think about the city and the relationship of the city towards the nature, and my diploma thesis was actually facing that. And one drawing, it's not a drawing, it's a paper cut I did, is a silhouette of the water line of Berlin in the scale 1 to 50,000. So I cut out all the water. And I did that because the water was actually always connecting all parts of the city, and the wall did not exist for the water. And because this diploma thesis is just after the reunification, so that's why it was very important to me. But also, I think it shows a lot of us and of our understanding of space. And 2-3 years ago, there was a competition to think about the extension of the city and the relationship between Berlin and Brandenburg. And again, the question of the boundary of the city and where are the limits, and should we not define the limits? And again, I came to the question of the traffic. like I did already in my student time, but I thought it's not enough to build car parking houses to make space free, but we need a much better infrastructure for public transportations. And therefore I defined circular lines around the city, double height or double layered, with just for public transportation. And the dream should be then 2070 that the city is dense and compressed, and the outside space of Berlin could be a dense forest. And along this circular line, you would have monumental buildings to like in the Middle Ages. Very romantic and naive, I know. but I think it's important to develop visions. And therefore, I believe it's important to come to this point of a discussion. And yeah, that would look like that. And later, last year, I was still occupied with this idea and sitting in the beautiful park of the Villa Massimo and observing the birds on the sky. I came to the same question again, the public transportation system, which is in Rome really ridiculous, poor. And I developed some ellipse form-like circle lines, which would look like this. So I tried to adapt the language of the oval, of the ellipse of Rome, which you can see everywhere, and which is defining the Baroque time of Rome. As a circular line going through this ancient town, is respectless, also going through this Villa Borghese. And at the same time, I was trying to think of something else. Where could the nature be positioned? Or can we create spaces for the nature only? And I defined this black ellipses, and these black ellipses, they would be surrounded areas with a wall, high wall, no person can enter it. And they would be left to the nature and anything can happen inside. And I believe that we need these kind of spaces. Not only that the nature finds place, but also that we become more aware of the problem. And yeah, so this was the drawing for Rome. And then I placed them, first very little ones, everywhere where the traffic was too much, to my opinion. And this is, for example, at Stazione Termini. There is a waste place without less functions, and I thought we have to occupy it with this kind of circular enclosed spaces, and they would look like this. I must say, all these drawings my daughter did. We work together sometimes. And she's the author of it as well as I am. Yeah, and this is then one of these images of this circular or ellipse-like interior spaces, voids for the city. Once looking from the outside on the left and from the inside from the right. And this was my atelier, and I was working again on installations, so I always mix this kind of artwork with the architectural drawings. And you see reflected the beautiful garden of the Villa Massimo. And this is the view from the outside inside. And this is the garden. And my last image is the list of birds I could observe at Villa Massimo. 32 birds, which was really wonderful and which gives you an optimistic vision of the future, because if they can still exist, we can hope, I think. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Heike. Thank you, Heike. Suzanne Brorson is gonna take over here, As I said before, Susanne Brorsen is currently professor at RISEBA FAD University in Riga and Hafen City University in Germany and running her architecture office studio, Susanne Brorsen. Q&A session, let's go.
Thank you very much.
The red button underneath it, yeah. Press it for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, yes,
should be on.
Works?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? No, not yet. Then I will be starting. The last list of the birds very much reminds me of the list of the characters of John Hayduk and the positiveness of them. So would you see a correlation or
Yeah, of
did you
course,
think
that
about
was
it?
the intention. That was the intention. I didn't want to say it so directly.
No. But I was wondering, John Hayduk, which role did he play in your architectural career or your work as an architect? Or is it more through the reflection on his work and your work that you see parallels or similarities?
Actually, how shall I say it? Hayduk was for me always ein Vorbild, wie sagt man das?
Role model. Role model.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a role model. Yeah, a role model in terms of that he was not defining himself so clearly as an architect only. Or let's say, I never understood, is he an architect or artist, or is he both, or is he nothing of it? It is not, I think he was not interested in that. And that was for me a role model. Basically, that was the only thing I was interested in when I was studying and things like that. That I was so much impressed, obviously, by his language was not clear to me. And I wasn't studying it because really, I mean, I went once to this exhibition, only once. And maybe 2 or 3 times I went to Kreuzberg to look at the tower. But that's it. Otherwise, you're fully occupied with much more other things. And for example, also my friend Michael, he was always talking about Aldo Rossi and here and Aldo Rossi there. But Hayduk wasn't so much the theme. I discovered him a little bit later than in the later 80s when I went to London, because then my boyfriend lived in London, and it was just the time when this tower had been gone, but everybody was talking about it. But yeah, there was not too much influence, and that's why I also think that this interaction between the city and Hayduk himself, that was maybe accidental, but it was so perfect.
Yeah. Super interesting to see the nature in your case or in your work as the victim, just like Hayduk did with his victims, being enclosed by walls, and the sort of need that you identified, that we need walls, obviously also to protect nature in the end. Could you talk a little bit about that? Or
well, I think that the question of the garden, the garden basically from the original, we always fence it in. But I believe this is not enough. So I just think that we need to find many more questions in it, and there are other artists like Herman de Vries, for example. He did already one of this kind of oval wall structure where the human cannot enter, but he placed it inside a park, and I think it is very important to see it inside a city. And to have this, as I said before, to have these kind of places where people cannot enter, but it's left over for the nature. Because in Rome, for example, the birds, the starlings are coming every autumn. And they're really occupying the trees, that the trees are overloaded by this kind of birds. And the people of Rome start to hate them. I mean, they start to be extremely aggressive against these birds because they destroy sometimes even the tree. I mean, the branches are falling down and things, and so it's in the newspapers. You know, it's really a theme. And all the dirt coming down from the birds, etc. And even at Villa Massimo, it was also like that these starlings, they came in millions, really extremely a lot. And during the daytime, they're outside of the city, and in the evening, they come back and then sit on the trees. And the artists in the Villa Massimo, they just started to say, well, we don't want them. Please do something. And they installed then a kind of audio and sound from another bird. I don't know in English how it's called. So that they would disappear, and actually they disappeared, and everybody was happy again. So I think this balance between nature and human is very, very difficult to find.
Yes.
Right? And why should the birds not come? I mean, why not? I was the only one who was not. I thought, yeah, it's like that. Why we have always the right to say how it has to be.
Yeah, interesting. Another thing that I find very interesting to see is that the proposals that you're making for Rome are very monumental, almost utopian superstructures. And I have not, I think, seen this in your work before. So is this something new or something you were interested in as an answer to a large
No,
nature?
I think it is a provocation.
Yep.
Well, I think to deal with super monumental architecture means, first of all, you want to make a statement, right? And I think it's important for a dialogue. I don't think it's at all important that finally the appearance is monumental, but it helps you a lot to find to find a position, and then you can and then it's just an idealized idea. But I was never frightened to be monumental. I think monumentality is very important to accept that it is one part of our existence, and it is not automatically a negative political interpretation. I mean, or you don't have automatically to interpret it or to understand it as a political negative power. Yeah, as a suppression. I don't think it's. I don't think. I mean, the whole history of architecture is monumental. Yeah. So, on our problem today is that we have so many negative examples of the 20th century, where this is so misused. And yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we're.
Yeah, correct. Your inner clock is very, very, very correct. Thank you so much for this Q&A, and I hope we will catch up with a lot of questions in due time. Thank you so much. Applause, please. So at this point in RIXARCH, I would like to tell everyone that we are gonna go to lunch because we have a lunch break now. Yay. Yay? No? Yay! Yeah, lunch break for everyone. It's gonna be precisely 1 hour. We're gonna continue this RIXARCH conference in 1 hour at 13:45 local time here, continuing RIXARCH. So yeah, we are asking everyone to go to lunch right now. and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to continue in less than a minute from now. Nice to see you all here back from lunch break. I'm happy to say hello to everyone who's watching us online. I hope your lunch break was as delicious as ours. And let's continue RIXARCH 2023 here in RISEBA H2O 6. And we're going to continue with presentation from Mr. James P. Williamson. He's former Dean at College of Architecture at Texas Tech University. He has won numerous designs and teaching awards and honors. Let's welcome with warm applause here on the stage Mr. James P. Williamson.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. And I'm really delighted to be here, and thanks for the invitation. And I'm anxious to see, I haven't been able to see too much of Riga yet, but I'm anxious to see it. From what I've seen, it looks quite beautiful. So, this morning I'm going to speak about a project, actually two projects I worked on with John Hayduk. The projects are titled The House of the Suicide and The House of the Mother of the Suicide. Projects I supervised the construction of on 5 different occasions and in 5 different contexts. In Atlanta, Georgia in 1990 as a practicum, in Prague in 1991, at the Whitney Museum in New York City in 2002, in Prague again as a permanent monument in 2016, and lastly in New York City in 2018 for an exhibition 18 years after Hayduk's death. For brevity's sake, I'm only going to touch on 3 of these events this morning. I believe the projects are seminal to Hayduk's late work, the late work that David already spoke about, particularly the projects that he mentioned called the mask projects. And I hope to highlight both the artistic and political relevance of that work and its continued significance, especially in view of contemporary world events, which I think you'll understand shortly. I might note that the political and social relevance of Hayduk was denied by his detractors at the time of these projects, and others like them were created. And finally, I should add that the projects were inspired by a poem by the American poet David Shapiro titled The Funeral of Jan Palach. The lecture is organized in 4 parts, 4 stories, if you will, and involves 4 characters in an effort to fully explain, or more fully explain, the context of the projects and help articulate their almost 50-year history. Ultimately, this is a narrative about an architectural project's itinerant and international journey. As such, I hope it might sketch out a sort of architectural allegory for our time. The first story, 4 characters. Okay, great. Right. On the night of August 20th, 1968, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and its allies in the Warsaw Pact invaded the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic to halt what was then known as the Prague Spring. a period of political liberalization in what was then Czechoslovakia during the era of its domination, as was true here in Latvia, by the Soviet Union. The military operation, codenamed Danube, approximately 500,000 troops invaded Czechoslovakia. Approximately 500 Czechs and Slovaks were wounded and 108 killed. The invasion successfully ended the liberalization reforms and strengthened the authority of the conservative wing of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. Five months later, a group of Czech students, including a young 20-year-old student named Jan Palach, made a suicide pact, intending to set fire to themselves as a protest of that invasion. Prague-born Palach drew the first lot. On the 16th of January, he went to the largest public square in Prague, Wenceslas Square, poured kerosene over his body, and set fire to himself. He died 3 days later. According to the burns specialist who attended Palach, it was not so much in opposition to the Soviet occupation, but the demoralization which was setting in, that people were not only giving up, but giving in. And he wanted to stop that demoralization. I think the people in the street, the multitude of people in the street, silent with sad eyes, serious faces, which when you looked at those people, you understood what everyone understands. All the decent people were on the verge of making compromises. Palach's self-immolation made him a Czech national hero and martyr. And as you might very well know, his act is seen as a symbolic event crucial to the eventual collapse of the Iron Curtain. Soon after hearing of Jan Palach's death, the American poet David Shapiro, while attending Oxford University, wrote the following poem, which I will recite shortly. He's shown here in 1968 while he and other members of the Students for a Democratic Society occupied the office of the president of Columbia University, partially in protest of the Vietnam War and the university's planned expansion into a public park neighboring a predominantly black community. The funeral of Jan Palach. When I entered the first meditation, I escaped the gravity of the object. I experienced the emptiness, and I had been dead a long time. When I had a voice you could call a voice, my mother wept to me. My son, my beloved son, I never thought this possible. I'll follow you on foot. Halfway in mud and slush, the microphones picked up. It was raining on the houses. It was snowing on the police cars. The astronauts were weeping, going neither up nor out. And my own mother was brave enough. She looked, and it was all right. I was dead. Shapiro would later become one of this man's closest friends and collaborators, John Hayduk, with whom Shapiro would eventually share his poem. Hayduk is of Czech descent, who was of Czech descent, was an architect and educator of immense integrity, committed to what he called architecture's social contract, and to an architecture opposed to what he saw as the meaninglessness of mid-late century American architecture. A man, as indicated in the project I'm showing him next to, who refused to participate. The project, as David mentioned, is the house of the inhabitant who refused to participate. Sometime in the mid-1980s, he would design the projects I'm going to describe. Finally, there is this man, President Václav Havel, Czech playwright, philosopher, dissident, and statesman, who, following the Velvet Revolution and the collapse of the communist regime in Czechoslovakia, served as that country's first democratically elected president in 41 years. After being elected president, Havel made an official visit to the United Nations in New York City. He brought with him an entourage of newly appointed diplomats and cultural emissaries, several of whom were architects. While in New York, these architects made a point of visiting the Cooper Union, where Hayduk was the dean. It was at this point that officials in the Czechoslovakian government learned of Hayduk's work related to Jan Pollock, which were then being built in Atlanta, and I was supervising that construction. 3 of these men would come together in Prague in August 1991, during the second of the project's constructions and the first of its 4 resurrections. Members of Jan Pollock's family were in attendance and can be seen in the background. So I might digress a little bit here. The man on your right is John Hayduk, and I want to digress a little bit. I'm 188 centimeters tall. Hayduk was 2 meters tall. And he was built, as you might see, and I don't know if you know much about the Bronx, which is a borough of New York City, but they have a distinct accent. So Hayduk would talk like this. And when I quote him, you might just try to remember that tone of voice. I won't try to imitate it too much. Second story, an itinerant narrative. The House of the Suicide and the House of the Mother of the Suicide are part of a vast collection of objects and fragmentary narratives known as Hayduk's mass projects. They were started almost 35 years ago, but remain, at least in my judgment, relevant and topical in important ways. First, the House of the Suicide and House of the Mother of the Suicide may be understood as unique projects in themselves and, as I mentioned earlier, seminal, as they appear in many guises and variations throughout the mask projects. But they might also be understood as a mask unto themselves, a suicide mask, if you will, or even an architectural pietà. Second, the projects uniquely appear and disappear, having been built and dismantled many times in many places for distinctly different reasons. They therefore articulate a history of itineracy and mobility. This history and the project's underlying political content are in line with many of Hayduk's themes at this time: transience, the necessity of artistic freedom and expression, and the ways that architecture might engage in life's profundities. They are faithful to the social contract Hayduk believed his work and collaborations to be part of, and I believe he also saw them as platforms for resistance. The projects, built of wood and steel, began as a special teaching project with students at Georgia Institute of Technology. The idea was to have students engage in both the practical concerns of building, this is much like what you're doing here, especially issues of craft and construction, and a poetics of architecture, with the students engaging with an architect of significant theoretical and poetic importance, even if that architect, as was the case with Hayduk, even as that architect might eschew theory. During the early 90s, Hayduk worked with many groups of students in this way, and you may be familiar with projects, we've already seen quite a few of them, built in Berlin, London, Philadelphia, Oslo, Buenos Aires, and New York. 2 such projects were recently built in Spain as part of the City of Culture complex by Peter Eisman, and of course, as you're now planning here in Riga. I'm going to just describe them in very kind of mundane terms here. The structures are slightly less than 3 meters by 3 meters by 7 meters tall. There is a 3 meter by 3 meter by 3.5 meter box on top of which sit 49 steel shards of memory. That's what Hayduk called them. Weighing approximately 2,200 kilograms. I've given you the dimensions in meters, but it is important to note Hayduk's use of the English system of measurement, that is, of feet and inches, a system Hayduk believed to produce desirable proportions. In this case, the proportions are 3:3, 3:4, and 6:4. The box itself is a construction of 15 centimeters by 15 centimeters cedar timbers, covered with 2 layers of hardboard and lacquered micro-density fiber panels that are attached to the timbers with standard lag screws. The roof is a waffle of finger-jointed 8 centimeter by 28 centimeter cedar beams into which the shards are set. Okay. On the House of the Suicide, the shards lean to an angle of 0 to 15 degrees in one elevation and 0 to 5 degrees in the other elevation, resulting in 26 different patterns to be sheared, folded, and welded. On the House of the Mother of the Suicide, the shards are completely vertical. The House of the Suicide is battleship gray with a closed primary red slit. The House of the Mother's Suicide is painted black with a primary blue slit you can look out of. The paint used was common automotive lacquer. You cannot enter the House of the Suicide as it is completely sealed, as its initial narrative indicated. But you can enter the House of the Mother by stooping down, parting 2 sliding doors, and crawling into the structure. If you want to interpret this in Freudian terms as a re-entry into the womb, I don't believe you would be incorrect. Okay. I'm missing a slide. Once inside the House of the Mother's Suicide, you can step onto a wooden floor of cedar planks and then up to a gallows-like or widow's walk-like platform to look through the primary blue slit towards the House of the Suicide. The structural detailing is simply notched wood construction attached with screws and simple steel brackets that were manufactured for the project of bent steel plate. The shards are inserted into the roof grid, are bolted through the shards are inserted into the roof grid and bolted to it from their interior cavities. The materials, joinery, and coloring of the projects are intentionally ordinary and known. Battleship gray is a common industrial paint in the United States. Exposed screws and simple joinery of a 19th century barn. The intent was to employ techniques or materials that would not call attention to themselves, but rather indirectly to refer to known things, acting as prompts for your own imaginative engagement. This is key to Hayduk's approach both to building as well as drawing. As I stated earlier, after the fall of the communist government in Prague, a group of architects close to Havel became interested in the projects during their visit. And soon a discussion began about building them in Prague as a celebration of a newly democratic Czechoslovakia and as a commemoration to Jan Palach. In 1991, they were constructed in Prague under the auspices of the Office of the President. The siting of both the Atlanta and the first Prague projects is important to describe. The way the siting of these projects, because the way that the siting of these projects extends our understanding of Hayduk's ambitions. The Atlanta projects were situated so that neither object could be viewed in its entirety from any point in the architecture building where they were placed. They seemed to erupt out of the building's concrete orthogonality, transgressing that orthogonality while appearing and disappearing as one moves through the building. In the first Prague construction, the projects are situated in the now public presidential gardens, more specifically the courtyard of the barracks of the Presidential Honor Guard, straddling a stone walkway on which the guards march several times a day as part of their official changing of the guards. During the 1901 installation of the project, Havel and Hayduk discussed a possible permanent installation of the projects. In 2014, the John Hayduk estate would receive word that after 20 years of discussion, the House of the Suicide would again be built, this time under the sponsorship of the city of Prague, as a permanent monument to Pollock in the newly named Jan Pollock Square, formerly named Red Army Square, near the old city of Prague and along the river not far from the famous Charles Bridge. So on the left is the original proposal for the siting, and because Heike, you made mention of some concern about the siting of the project now. It was originally to be put in the center of the square. It is now in this area just right here. The reason being that flooding of the river in Prague flooded the immense parking deck below that central square, making it impossible to place them there, at least until they are able to renovate that. Right. They are entirely of steel. The House of the Suicide, constructed with a burnish-treated stainless steel to approximate the battleship gray of the original and to address weathering and concerns about vandalism. The House of the Mother is constructed of Corten steel, which we anticipate, as weather and pollution play their role, will turn as dark as possible to approximate the original black, but also to match the multiple black spires that are characteristic of the old city of Prague. There was some hesitation, even controversy, to follow through with this permanent installation. Some of this was inevitably financial, but most of it psychological and religious as well. In a largely Catholic country, suicide can be viewed as a mortal sin. Ultimately, as Pollock's act of defiance was and is viewed as an act of sacrifice, even martyrdom, the decision to continue prevailed. This confrontation with the difficult, in this case, the potentially heretical, is true to the nature of Hayduk's work. Third story, in love with another woman. Several years before he passed away, John Hayduk stated, "The space of architecture is filled with the breath of man and the breath of woman. We have not yet experienced fully the breath of woman in architecture. When we do, we will be amazed, and the agents will cease to weep." Hayduk wrote the following poem based on one of his favorite paintings, Ange, Comtesse de Holsonville. There are no reflections within Madame de Holsonville, only opacities which sink into the folds and cloth of a Fuseli monster. The arm holds the drapes of a hidden birth. The flower vase perpetuates the myth. Her smile shames Leonardo. Red bow the weight, the hands are suspended, that never scratch the earth, but tip the tongue for infusion. Dare that breast be held. The key word around which this poem circulates is monster. Monsters inhabit the edges of our worlds and the fringes of our dreams. In Eastern and Western cultures, a monster is an emblem delineating the boundary between the known and the unknown. Monsters are things that appear outside the course of nature, outside the comfort of rationality. Finally, the word monster is related to the Latin monstrum, or that which teaches and to show. In an interview with the architect and journalist David Greenberg, Hayduk described his encounter with the Comtesse, this other woman. "You've never met the Madame? You've got to meet her. When you come to New York, we'll go to the Frick, it's a museum, and I'll introduce you. She's the only woman in my life besides my wife, Gloria, that I've ever loved." Maybe I'll take a moment here to make mention of something. Hayduk's wife, Gloria, was central to his work. And I must sadly say that she passed away 10 days ago. Greenberg goes on to recall, "We entered the North Hall and there she was, the Comtesse de Haussonville." And Hayduk said, "Isn't that strange? Look at the mirror. There's no reflectivity. It's absolutely opaque. It's impossible. And that arm cannot belong to that person. I mean, the hand is the size of the face. It's all disjointed. All the parts are separated. It's cubism 60 years before cubism. There's no depth, right? No perspective." Just as in the poem, Hayduk's introduction to the Madame reveals the monstrousness of the painting. A monstrous, if you will, or an otherness. That is in the displacement of anatomy, space, scale, and found in the complexities of surrealism and cubism, both of which were highly influential in Hayduk's work. In the painting, we confront the presentation of the other through a mask, her mask. Feminist critiques have made it clear that images of women where the gaze of the presented image of a woman looks out from the frame of the painting towards a presumably male viewer presents that woman as consumable. In other words, his. The Comtesse de Haussonville, on the contrary, stares right through you. She deflects our gaze and our projections onto it. The beyond from which this face comes is not a simple background, but precisely beyond. That is to say, beyond our consumption. The painting points to a presence which cannot be seen or signified. As Hayduk stated, there's no reflectivity in the mirror. As much as this mask is opaque and denies our inability to see beyond it, it is, if you will, a kind of blank wall. Further, the lack of depth in the painting to which Hayduk refers is also a denial of space as we understand pictorial space to be. Without the reflective gaze or reflective mirror, we cannot grasp the object nor have any conventional space in which we might place it. We might call this a denial of sight, as in vision, or sight as in placement, and might be understood as a kind of blindness. I'm showing a portrait here of René Magritte, whose entire work was based on a kind of attack on vision. It is a space in between imagination and reality that fluctuates between the material and the immaterial, and a space that Hayduk would have been comfortable saying is the space of drawing, as well as the mysterious, occluded space of architecture. Hayduk once wrote of the mystery of architecture and the mystery of drawing. The mystery of houses is the mystery of our mind. We move from room to room and only inhabit the present. Abandoned rooms are like abandoned thoughts, and we can remember them so we can return to them. As the shell of a house encompasses the external rooms of our body, the shell of our body encompasses the interior rooms of our thought. We rummage through the attics of our souls as we rummage through the attics of our houses. The idea of the house is the idea of forever. Many years ago, the architect Peter Eisenman, when reviewing Hayduk's book, Mask of Medusa, echoed this same sentiment regarding the mystery, power, and metaphysics of architecture, which Hayduk alludes to. Eisenman writes of a giant man and an unknown woman who turns dreams into stone. Whenever they did meet, she pressed her case that the metaphysics of architecture, unlike that of any other discipline, was reality and the agent of reality. Bricks and mortar, shelter and function, house and home. But the giant would answer that architecture must confront and dislocate this deeply rooted perception in order to be. He would argue that contrary to popular opinion, the status quo of dwelling does not define architecture. Architecture, he said, must be the dislocation of dwelling. But she argues, architecture does not represent another reality like language does. Architecture always is, she said. It is never about. It is the source of presence, of stability. No, he said, it is precisely the opposite. Because architecture always is, it is the most powerful vehicle for the mystical and collective desire to move. Its internal conflict is the struggle between maintenance and movement, even perhaps between courage and fear. Hayduk might say that architecture is only possible in estrangement, in those in-between, non-sensible spaces of our imaginations, in our blind spots. I'm showing here another painting, another image of Magritte, but also an image of the Argentinian writer José Luis Borges, who grew blind at the end of his life, and during that time wrote a very short but beautiful little story called The Maker, in which he speaks about the Maker's most profound revelations occurring as he was losing his sight. In Hayduk's work, especially the mass projects, he's not concerned with the problem of architecture as shelter or as a response to functional programming. Rather, his concern is with architecture as an existential problem. As part of this, Hayduk did not make the conventional distinction between architecture and drawing. Moreover, when his drawings engage in their most speculative expressions, they wage an attack on what he viewed as the prosaic representations that form much of architectural production. In other words, for Hayduk, drawing engaged a profound delineation of human space and experience, unallied with the imperatives of building. What drawings often do, for Hayduk at least, is build a rich, multiform context in which the architecture resides and is sometimes and is apart sometimes from what we call the real world. This context provides the means and the substance for an enabling fiction, or what the political theorist Eric Voegelin described as a self-contained, imaginative world invested with meaning and believed to match the structure of a transcendent order. In Hayduk's case, the imaginative construction of the world he creates in drawing is a uniquely flexible perception of the world, comprised of fact and historical observation, but also including the supernatural. It is, as the medieval historian Carolee Erickson suggested, a multiform reality, likened to an enchanted world in which the boundaries of imagination and factuality are constantly shifting. Hayduk gave architectural drawing immense authority. For him, drawing is not a mere step in the process of building, construction, or ideation. Rather, drawing is the reality of architecture in its most engaging state, something like Umberto Eco's notion of an open work. In fact, one might understand Hayduk's late work as the construction of just such an open work. Finally, we can draw from Hayduk's own writings thoughts of an architect from his book Victims to enhance our understanding of his notion of drawing and the task of the architect. 1, architectural tracings are apparitions, outlines, figments. They are not diagrams, but ghosts. 2, tracings are similar to X-rays. They penetrate internally. 3, erasures imply former existences. 4, drawings and tracings are like the hands of the blind touching the surfaces of the face in order to understand a sense of volume, depth, penetration. 5, the lead of an architect's pencil disappears, drawn away. The idea of the mask as an architectural project has its roots in the 17th century English dramatic productions of the Renaissance architect Inigo Jones, as David was saying. And it is defined as an allegorical dramatic performance performed by masked actors. As allegory, the mask is a form of other speaking, or speaking otherwise than one seems to speak. It means one thing in words, but another in sense. Hayduk's mask projects specifically involve an elaborate shifting of relationships between fragmentary narratives and drawings of objects to fabricate an opaque allegorical architecture. The construction of meaning and interpretive framework, the interpretive frameworks and the forms that they may engender are not just artistic concerns relegated to art and architectural history, even of the present past, but they are also fundamentally political acts in that they imply the freedom to imagine. Hayduk's mask projects, and as by now you know, there are many, are composed in the following way. So, I'm not able to advance this. There we go. Okay. Okay. So we've seen these two, the collapse of time and security, and then the painter's house on the left and the musician's house on the right. So they're composed in the following manner. There's a list of subjects and objects. Usually there are two corresponding lists labeled subject and object, perhaps of 60 or so items. For example, the hotel, the transient, or the music house, the cellist, the house of the suicide, the suicide. In addition to these lists, there's a set of fragmentary and elusive descriptions corresponding to that subject-object list. For example, under the object list for the house of the suicide, we're given a rather perfunctory description. White enameled steel panels, triangular slivers for a roof, a sealed door. And under the subject heading, the suicide, we are told of the suicide's fascinations with the fractured patterns of light in the paintings of Cézanne and the claw-like hands in the paintings of Ingres. These names, scant descriptions, and partial biographical passages are accompanied by drawings of each object in either sketches arranged in a sort of taxonometric manner or simple flat elevations, plans, sections, often superimposed upon each other. Which comes first is not exactly clear. The drawings reveal objects of a composite nature, either as elements brought together from distant realities, as in surrealist collage, or displaced elements inserted in the overall composition, as in that a typical New York water tower transported to Berlin in the first Berlin mask. It is through the simple subject-object lists that Hayduk invents an architectural program. And he does this by the implied telling of a story made of a fluid set of words and images. Words become eponyms as well as truncated narratives and then identified with images or vice versa. When he constructs this kind of story, it becomes a program, one in which the various subgroups of characters within the fable can be named, yet not quite known. When one engages this new program, constituted by a seemingly endless complexity of formal and visual arrangements, there resides, as I've suggested, a quality that relies more on what is not said in the text than what is said. Less in the specifics of the words, images, and narratives, but rather the imaginative space that exists between them. It creates a space that is activated through our participation in the presented fragmentary world. A threshold is created where we must pause and reflect. This is neither a fabrication of mixed metaphors nor references, nor the simple integration of narratives and design constructions, but all these things at once. So none are the sole embodiment. They exist, yet they exist nowhere, yet they have created their place. They are livable because they use imaginable things, things with direct associations, memories, thoughts, and impressions. This interplay occurs not only at the level of the mask, but at the level of the individual objects, especially their names, sites, and appearances. For example, the House of the Suicide first appears in Hayduk's Berlin sketchbook, then in the Lancaster Hanover mask for a farming community in Pennsylvania, accompanied by the narrative descriptions I mentioned earlier. Neither of these images in either of these projects is specific to any great degree about the form of the project. It appears again in the victim's mask for Berlin, but this time is named The Dead, and its subject, The Dead Cry. However, and finally, in the Bovisa mask, they appear as the record keeper of hallucinations. Ultimately, the projects form, in a conceptual way, a moving circular relationship between image, icon, talisman, with its name or names, its story or stories, and its site or sites. A circle of meaning remains open and presents a continually novel approach to architecture within contemporary culture. As such, Hayduk leaves an opening and invites our own imaginative engagement. How much time do I have? 4 minutes. Oh, okay. I'm going to go through these really quickly and then. So, just as a way of kind of illustrating maybe some of this, how this works, I'll give you a little bit of my own recollections, some of the things I experienced or thought of when we were constructing the project, and some of the things that occurred to us and to the students. So when we think about this roof structure, one of the first things that we began to think about was, well, first of all, how the project resembled both a kind of barn construction, but also and perhaps that of a ship. And this gridded-like structure then began to remind some of the students, especially me, the students and teacher, especially me, of the lattice-like hatch of an 18th and 19th century sailing ship. And when we thought about the ship, therefore, and because Medusa is always present in these projects, this painting by Jericho called Raft of the Medusa. And if I'm honest with you, the painting of the raft of these tragically marooned sailors became the model for the interior floor of the house of the mother of the suicide. I mentioned how you walk through those, you slide the doors, you crawl into the project, then you walk on that platform, and then up to this platform where you can view that strip of metal represents a kind of slit across the face of the mother with about that wide that you can look out through and see the sun. That reminded us of both a gallows, a hanged person gallows, as well as what we referred to earlier in one of the earlier presentations as a widow's walk. A widow's walk was a kind of edicular space on the top of a house in the northeast part of the United States that a ship captain lived in, and his wife would go up to the top of this adicular space and look out to the horizon, on the ocean's horizon, to see if the ships were coming back, and if, in this case, the woman's husband might be coming back. Sadly, and this is true, they often did not come back. The gallows might remind you of where a person might be hung. And then, which might call to mind this painting by Cézanne. Remember, the suicide was fascinated by the fractured patterns of light with Cézanne. This house called the Hanged Man's House, but also, depending on which book you might be looking at, the House of the Suicide, where there's a play of in the midground between the branches of the tree and the roof of that house adjacent to it, where it might appear as those branches are poking through the roof of the house. And then the Comtesse de Honsonville, because we're just referring to the narrative again, and her claw-like hands, which if you turn them up, then become Medusa. And then with Medusa, with Medusa, not just Medusa, but the spires in the city of Prague. And then finally, as David Shapiro, the poet, suggested, the flames rising off of Jan Pollock's back. So, thank you. Okay, all right. Oh, I'm here.
Yeah. I wanna ask to moderate Q&A Zaneveya. She's an architect teaching urban design, architecture history, and architectural design related courses, and she's the director of RISEBA FAD Bachelor's Degree Program. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask, and let's start the Q&A.
Hello. Thank you for this presentation. It was so deep, so many levels. I have so much questions. But now I will focus more on one aspect you never mentioned, I would say. But let's see. The first time I saw these objects, the house of the suicide and the mother of the suicide, they evoked me the pain of the memory, and that leads to my question. These objects, they were installed, built in various places, and how would you evaluate the first time and the last time of installation? What was the reaction of people who lived there, who absorbed? So, talking John Hayduk's words, subject, the audience.
Well, each installation was in a very different context. And so the audience might be very different. In the first, it was a practicum, so it was students. And I think they were ultimately, initially puzzled by the whole enterprise, but began to become quite appreciative of it. The more they were able to engage it, and the more they participated in it themselves and understood it. The second one, it was in Prague in 1991, and I think there was a mixed reaction, to be honest with you. Quite understandably, some people wanted to move on, and so that was part of it. And it was kind of a painful memory, right? The next time it was at a museum, in the Whitney Museum in New York, and connected with John Hayduk's relationship to the arts. And so the reception's very different, right? Much more accepting. Then in Prague again in 2016, it was quite a celebration and a surprising one. Very public, covered in the newspapers and the radio and television. The Bishop of Prague came to kind of give his blessing. And then the last one was basically part of an exhibition. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but the reaction was different each time. Sometimes perplexed, sometimes troubled, sometimes celebratory.
Right, that's why this question arose to me, because it's part of the John Hayduk's legislation, what we see now, how it's actually changing through the time, through different events. His objects evoked so much different emotions. Mm-hmm. And still, I'm wondering what will happen in the future, if they will sort of in another place will be erected, and as well how it will change, right?
I don't know. I don't want to build them again.
Why?
I mean, 5 times is enough.
It's enough.
I don't know. Something was said earlier about these things being of their time and place. And I'm not saying that they're no longer relevant, but I don't think you can do them over and over and over again. I mean, my situation was very unique, so.
Right. And another question, a bit different, it inspired me into seeing these John Hayduk's victim, and the theme of the victim, so to say. And what do you think, how John Hayduk saw Jan Pala as a victim or a hero?
Both. A kind of a tragic victim, but to be honest with you, you know, I mentioned, and it was mentioned before, this project of the house for the inhabitant who refused to participate. I think Hayduk viewed Pollock as someone who refused to participate.
Refused to participate, but he was an active participator.
Well, refused to participate in the acquiescence of what he saw or understood as the acquiescence of his countrymen. So.
Okay, thank you. Do we have more time?
You have 5 minutes still.
Oh, 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
Yes, wow. Okay. Do we have any questions from audience?
You can ask questions there online as well, on each and every those accounts, at the chat box down below, if you have any.
Nevertheless, we spoke already about the reactions of the public, positive, negative, it changed. I was wondering as well what John Hayduk thought, or whether he thought while drawing and building these objects, whether he thought of the audience emotions or influences.
I don't know would be the most honest answer. Going back to some things that were said earlier, he wanted his work to move people. He wanted it to have some kind of an impact on them. I think he worked through his own inspirations, but aware that wherever those inspirations led, he wanted them to have an impact. And I don't necessarily think he necessarily wanted a negative impact. He wanted a heartfelt impact. And that might be sometimes that's joyous and sometimes it's not. So.
We have a question from FA, if I correctly understand.
Please.
Thank you, Jim. So inspired by the structure of your presentation, so it consists of 4 stories and characters. So I would like to ask, in your work, how would you connect storytelling and architecture?
Oh. Well, I'm writing memoirs. We talked about this in the car the other day. And I found that I have incidents in my life that are worth telling other people. And oddly, I find that my background as an architect helps me not just write or structure the story, it helps me in a way unpack the stories. So for example, I've spent a good bit of time studying architecture and memory, for example, and the imagination. And so often the stories that I tell have those as kind of hidden themes through the story. And that's what I'm doing. So I hope that answers the question. Okay, right.
Thank you.
Right.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Time is up as well. James, I will give you your computer. So I would like to continue and wrap up and finish. In a second, James, I will bring your computer to you. But we will finish our keynote speakers at this point here with a presentation from Jane Anderson. Jane Anderson is an architect and program lead for undergraduate architecture at Oxford Brookes University, and she's a renowned figure in innovative design education. Yeah, please warm welcome here on stage with applause and everything. And Dina Sukhanova will moderate this discussion. Dina, can I ask you as well to be present on the stage, please?
Thanks. Not as tall as the previous speakers. So hello everyone, thank you so much for this very kind invitation to talk. It's really exciting to be among other people who are interested in John Hayduk's work and to learn so much myself already today. I'm going to talk to you about the relationship between imagination and reality in the pedagogy and built work of John Hayduk. I'll start with a little background on that. I first became interested in the work of John Hayduk in 2008 when we began to develop a program of live projects at Oxford Brookes School of Architecture. If you don't know the word live projects, you might know them by other words like design build education, community design education, service learning. Those kinds of words are also used. It involves students in real projects with real briefs, real clients, real sites, and budgets, and live projects often include an element of making. All right, I'm just going to hope I press the button and the right thing happens. Yes, okay. So this is our current live project. It's a prototype wall panel made from ultra-local waste, and the prototypes we're hoping to build a making space on campus while our workshops are being constructed elsewhere. So it's just a prototype, and I didn't realize how John Hayduk-ish it looks until recently when I saw that, because it's on legs. It suddenly looks like one of his in a way. And I also run the Live Projects Network, so if any of you are interested in live projects, then would absolutely love to include you in our network as a member or by contributing a case study.
At the time, when we looked at Hayduk's work, I don't know if I can go backwards. Can I go backwards? Yeah. Yeah, when we started to look at Hayduk's work, there wasn't very much information available, and we were looking for precedents of live projects. And my teaching partner, Colin Priest, surprised me by suggesting that we look at Hayduk's work. As with many people, I associated him with drawings and not with buildings, and certainly not with live projects. But Colin knew of a project in Stockholm in the 1990s that one of his colleagues, Ken Smith, had been involved with, and it had been built by students, and we wondered whether this might be some kind of live or proto-live or design-build project, so we looked at it in more detail. And I researched more and more about Hayduk, but got really fascinated, and I started to look at his writing and his drawing as well as these installations. And I began to appreciate that he has this subtle understanding of the slippery relationship between subject and object while we're designing and making things. And I found that really helpful because we were trying to understand the relationship between reality and imagination through teaching via live projects. So I'm going to talk a bit about Hayduk's use of subject and object in his own work, and I'm going to explore this through his live projects that were built by students. And I'm hoping that I'll persuade you that if we understand Hayduk's work, we can gain a more nuanced understanding of the relationship between reality and imagination in the design and making processes. So I'll start by talking about Hayduk's concern for real things, for the imagination. We'll look at the relationship between subject and object in his work. I'll try to explain the subject-object problem as concisely as I can, and we'll have fun looking at some of his installations or live projects at the end. So if we start by talking about Hayduk's concern for real things, Hayduk did come in for criticism, as we've heard, for being insufficiently concerned with reality, and by which people normally meant conventional architectural practice. The critic Herbert Muschamp complained that Hayduk seems to feel that his desire for purity of mind overrules any sense of responsibility for the condition of the world, or perhaps he feels that self-absorption is the only way he can meet that responsibility. The world in his scheme is only a dream to begin with. And I think that criticism is grounded in a perception that Hayduk's stance was some kind of rejection of social, economic, and political responsibilities that Hayduk should be passing on to his student, and they thought that he wasn't sufficiently doing that. And I think that Hayduk was aware of these types of criticism, and he did respond to it in a couple of different ways. The first seems to be by asserting his pedigree as an architectural practitioner, and the second was to try to explain his views on reality and imagination. I think both of those are relevant to this talk, and I'm going to talk about the second a lot more later, but let's first of all just try and put the record straight on Hayduk's actual experience within conventional architectural practice. In a 1977 interview with Eisenman, Hayduk explained, "I also learned during the 1947 to 50 period by doing tract housing for my uncle who was an architect. I'm always amused by those people who talk to me about built form, details, all those specifications, you know, builder architect, because I did my time. I guess I did 100 tract houses. We'd knock out a set of working drawings by Sunday night and hand it to the contractor to build by the following Sunday. So there was a parallel practical experience that I was getting while I was getting my education." And later in his career, when he was head of the Cooper Union, he was commissioned with Peter Bruder of the School of Engineering to design a contemporary interior within the shell of the Cooper Union's foundation building. It's a technically complex project that involved the removal of the interior and raising the whole building on its foundations. And Hayduk had been actually educated partially at the Cooper Union, and he was committed to its history and values, and he became intimately involved with both the practical and the symbolic aspects of the refurbishment. He speaks very movingly about this in a 1996 lecture on the subject of architectural education by explaining that education is a subject he finds it very difficult to be completely objective about, and he says, "One is supposed to be very proper and talk objectively and separate oneself, the subject from the object, and I was unable to do that." Much later in his career, when he'd become well known as an educator, writer and artist, Hayduk was then given the opportunity to work on building projects that were commissioned specifically to realise some of his more speculative architectural ideas. And we've seen some of those already today with like the Kreuzberg Tower. He worked on that with a Cooper Union graduate, Moritz Müller, who was the contact architect in Berlin, and it was commissioned for the Artists in Berlin program. And then we've also seen the Wall House in Groningen in the Netherlands. It was part of the Making the City Boundaries project to design moments along the roads into Groningen, telling the story of the city, so a really appropriate commission for Hayduk with stories. And in this project, he worked with another former student at the Cooper Union, Thomas Müller, who was appointed the project architect, with Hayduk reviewing the drawings in each phase up until his death in 2000, with the building being completed after his death in 2001. So to sum up Hayduk's concern for reality, we can see that he worked in practice while studying architecture and also upon graduation. He worked in the offices of IMP, he worked for Fellheimer and Wagner. And then Hayduk became very involved in teaching immediately upon graduation, and he continued to be involved in architectural projects here and there, while also, in addition to all of this, developing an artistic and literary practice, so kind of 4 careers, if you like. In the latter part of his career, he had opportunities to realise in architectural form some of the ideas he'd been exploring through his teaching, writing and art, and these are the more speculative projects that I was talking about. I think it's interesting to note that these later built projects were often undertaken in collaboration with others, and they're very frequently in collaboration with teaching colleagues, students and ex-students, where he'd already established some kind of dialogue and mutual understanding with them. And although I think that Hayduk prioritised his teaching career while also being able to balance it with his art and his writing, he did manage to keep his hand in with architectural practice. And I think it's really interesting that he was choosing a collaborative approach to do that, perhaps through necessity, but I don't think simply that. And I think it's something that he might not have been respected for at the time. Collaborative practice is much more valued today than I think it was at the time, and we might view this differently nowadays. So I'm going to move on to the next section. I'm going to talk about Hayduk's concern for the imagination, having talked about his concern for reality. As we've seen, Hayduk liked to use stories to communicate his ideas, and this open-ended approach gives the listener or viewer so much leeway to interpret the story in their own way, using their own imagination, drawing their own conclusions. I think that as a teacher, Hayduk was really aware of this and used it as a pedagogical device to stimulate the thoughts of his students. Personally, I've found these stories particularly helpful when trying to understand Hayduk's ideas. I should probably, health warning, I haven't got any personal connection with Hayduk. I wasn't taught by him or anything like that. I'm trying to uncover all of this by reading the traces that he's left behind, looking at the images, reading what he said, all of that kind of stuff. So I know that because of his storytelling, we have to be particularly conscious, because he's not going to tell us the answer. I don't think he did that anyway. If I'd asked him a straight question, I don't think he would have given me a straight answer, to be honest. I think that when you tell stories, we have to remember there's always going to be an element of us projecting our own thoughts and concerns onto that original story. So the answer that we're going to arrive at will be ours, not strictly only Hayduk's. He helped us, but he's refrained from telling us the answer, and we worked it out for ourselves. So in order to try to explain Hayduk's concern for the imagination, I'm going to tell 3 of his stories that I found really helpful in trying to understand, or at least think that I understand, the nature of Hayduk's concern for the imagination. And this is my best guess, based on a detailed reading of what he's told us. So in the first story, Hayduk uses really evocative language to describe his kindergarten teacher. And the kindergarten teacher's asking his class to paint a pickle jar, which has been papier-mâchéd in blue, and then put a drippy yellow rim around it. And he explains how enjoyable it was to handle the materials and see the pleasing results. So this is what he says. The teacher praised us for the good job we'd accomplished. She said we could now put our brushes and pencils in the jar, and we knew about the practical use of works also. Our kindergarten teacher was a passionate teacher and instilled in us the idea that individual creativity within a willing community of students is a profound social act. And I think I cannot agree more than that with that sentiment about a willing community of students being able to create a profound social act. My interpretation of this story is that Hayduk is reaffirming his belief in the importance of creativity in education and also of the positive social consequences of this. He's also linking creativity with the joy of tactility. He's linking imagination and reality via the act of making, and I'm going to talk more about that later. And apologies, I can't do a Brooklyn accent for my readings of Hayduk's words, so I just have to stick with an Edinburgh accent. This is the second story. In this one, Hayduk describes an encounter with one of his classes, and he says, they were asked to investigate fruit. I showed them a Cézanne still life painting of fruit and a bowl of artificial fruit, and I had made a bowl of similar fruit, of actual fruit, exactly like the artificial fruit. And then I brought the students in and I said, now, here's the 2 bowls of fruit, and here's a Cézanne painting of fruit. Which do you think tastes the best? And 95% of the students said the actual fruit tastes the best. And I knew I had a problem. So I think that story takes a bit more thinking about. I puzzled over it for a while, and I noticed that later in that story he starts to explain characteristically, obliquely, that the way he interpreted his students' reaction was that he needed to help them to learn how to imbue inanimate buildings with life, with meaning and imagination. He wanted to reveal to his students how difficult it is as a designer to work with materials in order to bring them to life. And what I think is that he was hoping that eventually his students would say that the painting of the fruit was the one that tasted the best. And this is the third story. Hayduk often recounts in vivid detail things that he experienced in the real world that had stimulated his own thoughts. This technique really works because by seeing a scene in our own minds, we understand the concept that he wants to communicate. And so in this story, Hayduk is describing seeing a tree trunk in Texas covered in phosphorescent empty insect shells, and hearing the metamorphosed insects singing from invisible but in the upper branches of the trees because they've migrated up there. And this is what Hayduk tells us. Actual thought is of no substance. We cannot actually see thought. We can only see its remains. So what I think he's saying is that when we see the empty shells, we associate them with the song of the departed insects. And we could say that the shell is architecture and the song is the imagination of the architect. They were once connected and they can still be traced back to each other if we care to work that out. But the relationship between them is now fragile and changeable. So in the physical act of making art, it's the action that extends the concept that began in the mind. The act of making connects the real with the imaginary in a symbiotic relationship. Hayduk explored his ideas through his teaching, artistic and literary work, and he occasionally built architectural work. Because many of these ideas remained unbuilt, I think that many people make a wrong assumption that these ideas were only ever intended as fantasies detached from reality. I don't actually think that's true. If you look closely, you can see that the situation is more complicated, and Hayduk had a sophisticated understanding of the subtle relationship between imagination and reality, and that's what he was exploring in his work. I think in his mind, any of his projects could be built. It's just that he didn't make the assumption that they would be built. So, as we've seen, this is the next section, and I'm going to talk about the relationship between the subject and the object in Hayduk's work. As we've seen, Hayduk is comfortable with complexity and ambiguity, and we're going to look at the way that Hayduk manages the relationship between the subject and object in his work, and explore how this relates to his ideas about the symbiotic relationship between imagination and reality. I think that Hayduk routinely questioned whether the physical existence of something was the only way to prove its reality, and vice versa. I think he was also questioning whether the physical absence of something could really prove that it didn't exist. So this is a drawing of the courthouse for the Lancaster and Hanover Masque, and he talked about the process of drawing the courthouse. This is what he said. During the revealing of a thought, the pencil in my hand was almost without weight. The lead of the pencil hardly touched the surface of the paper. A thought captured before a total concretion. The drawings are apparitions. What may at first seem somewhat ethereal is in fact absolutely precise. That is, everything drawn is sufficient, no more, no less. He seems to be saying that the drawings are both real and imaginary. He's trying to record the very moment when both idea and reality of the design can be seen simultaneously, and I think he felt that he'd achieved that in this drawing. These drawings subvert our expectations and the conventions of architectural representation. If you look at the courthouse drawing, you can see it's not, although it might appear at first, but it's not a conventional plan or section, and he described it as a kind of wireframe drawing. He's blurring and overlaying plan, section, elevation, and even hinting at axonometric. And I think that he's doing that because that actually reflects the partial way that we experience space. He's not showing how or why or where it's occupied, if you notice. There's no occupation in this drawing. But he's actually, I think, attempting to show how we perceive the space, how we understand a space, and how we remember a space. Because we kind of put it all together in our minds, don't we? And we think we've got it in a single image, but actually it's many different moments and experiences and positions within that space that we conflate into one. And I think he feels he managed to do that in this drawing. In the Masque of Medusa, Hayduk explains that in his view, the architect starts with the abstract world and works towards the real world. The significant architect is one who, when finished with the work, is as close to the original abstraction as he could possibly be. So Hayduk's seeing a real value in the original imagined idea, and I think he's really hoping that the built reality will lose as little of that imagining as possible. In the Lancaster Masque, as we've already heard, it includes these tables of precise data headed with object and subject. And you can see that here. I know the writing's probably too small for you to see. I can barely see it as well, but here we go. So as you'd expect, in the object column, you've got the building objects, and the object column mostly is describing their materiality, their construction, their function. If I can read it in the bottom one, the row houses in the object column, it says single family units, 1 story high with skylights, constructed of masonry, stucco outside, plaster inside, minimum facility. So that's kind of what you'd expect from an object and how you'd talk about it. And then also, as expected, in the subject column, he describes the people of this imaginary community, and he's mostly sticking to describing their activities and biographies. I don't know if I can read it. I think I can read the children. The children grab and hold the streamers and begin to dance around the maypole. The music is played on a French horn. The girl children wear patent leather shoes with buckle straps made of ivory. They sing a song about the northern tundra berries that grow on the melting snow. So all so far as expected. But once you really begin to read the detailed contents of the tables and drawings, you begin to realize that Hayduk found it completely impossible to maintain a conventional differentiation between subject and object that tallies with our expectation that buildings are inanimate objects and people are living subjects. So if you look at the traveling performers, they don't seem to have a building to occupy, so that he's described the performers in the object column and the subject column. And the bargeman's boat also created difficulties. So it's both a living space and a travelling space, as well as a thing, an object, and it moves around the community. So in the object description of the bargeman's boat, the activities of the barge are described in a rather similar way to the way he describes the activities of people in the subject column. So for bargemen, he says, Amsterdam barge receives goods from freight train, plies the canal, unloads train goods, receives farm products from freight train. The bargeman's journey takes 28 days round trip. The barge canal is a straight run point to point. The bargeman takes transfers to points of destination, and then he strays into the bargeman. The bargeman lives with his wife, whose face reminds him of distant places, so he's unable to keep these the people and the objects separate now. So he keeps trying to maintain this distinction between inhabitants and buildings, and he mostly manages to do that by keeping the human figures and the buildings apart in completely separate drawings. And he only shows them together in the same drawing when he's got people who are moving or animating a structure. So if they have to move something, there will be people in a drawing of a building or a thing. But otherwise, they're in completely separate drawings all the time. And obviously, as with Hayduk's work, a lot of the buildings are anthropomorphic. This is another instance where he breaks the expected rules. In this drawing of 25 different building types, he's revealed himself and he's called it characters, which is implying that the buildings are not just objects as we'd expect them to be. All of these deliberate ambiguities and slips from the expected division between object and subject reveal how tenuous the nature is of any attempt to categorize them or conceptualize them in a dualistic or rigid subject-object way. So why does he do this? Why is he breaking these empirical divisions between inanimate objects and living subjects? So to try to work that out, I'm going to talk about the subject-object problem, and I'm going to try to do that as simply, or at least as efficiently as I can. And I must admit, this is a bit of like, put your seatbelts on kind of part of the talk, because it's part that I think is very confusing, but I'll try to be as clear as I can. So I'm going to talk about the subject-object problem and how our understanding has developed over the last few hundred years. In the 17th century, René Descartes distinguishes between mind and matter, with the mind being able to influence matter. And this concept makes complete sense to us because it reflects our empirical understanding of inhabiting the world as an individual. So I influence the stone by knocking it over, mind over matter. Although Cartesian dualism seems to work with our individual experience, it doesn't work when we consider it in relation to others. It doesn't work when we consider it in relation to ideas. And when you really think about it, it doesn't even work when we consider it in relation to matter. So it doesn't work in relation to others because it's not just I bumped into a man, it's immediately, hey, you pushed me. And then a bystander says, are you okay? So in that situation, who's the object and who's the subject? Other minds are perceiving the same event differently, and they all have different views about who the subject is in any given situation. And Cartesian dualism doesn't work in relation to ideas. So I'm tempted to knock that stone over, but it was placed there in honor of the death of X. So the idea or the symbolism of the stone is influencing you. How can an inanimate stone possess an immaterial quality, and how can that immaterial quality influence you? And Cartesian dualism doesn't work in relation to matter. Why do I lower my voice when I go from outside to inside? What quality of the physical space prompted me to react in that way? Is the space making me do things? Does the space have agency over me? I think that Hayduk was really sensitive to all of this, and I think it's why he couldn't keep everything neatly in subject and object columns. And I don't think he wanted to anyway. I think he enjoyed subverting our empirical expectations of what makes sense to us. Just check that I've got my slides right. I had to change them to get the font to be big enough. Okay, so I'm going to just explain a little bit more about how the thinking developed over time. So in the 18th century, Immanuel Kant, he retained that Cartesian dualism, but he explained that we need to understand how the mind perceives the world phenomenologically. So we never have direct experience of the physical world because our experience is filtered through our senses. So it's no longer enough for the subject to just observe the object in order to make sense of the world. We now need to understand how the mind perceives the world. And then in the 19th century, Arthur Schopenhauer shifted the focus away from trying to identify which end to start with in order to solve a dualistic subject-object problem. He knew that the problem couldn't be solved by starting at one end only. He recognized that the subject doesn't cause the object, and the object doesn't cause the subject. They're interdependent. And today our thinking is more in line with Christopher Tilley, who describes the relationship between subject and object as follows. Object and subject are indelibly conjoined in a dialectical relationship. They form part of each other while not collapsing into or being subsumed into the other. Subject and object are both the same yet different. Personal, social, and cultural identity is embodied in our persons and objectified in our things. So, now we've gone on a real whistle-stop journey of our changed understanding of the subject-object problem over time. And I'm going to talk about some of the complexities about our current understanding of this relationship. So, as we've seen, objects are not always passive. If we free ourselves from the 17th and 18th century empirical notion that objects can only be inanimate, passive material things, and that subjects must be animate, active agents, then suddenly we're open to observing and understanding the meaning behind their changing relationships as the identity of object and subject consistently shifts and inanimate objects are no longer passive. Objects have agency, as we've seen. So anthropologist Alfred Gell describes how we have to look at how people act through objects by distributing parts of their personhood into things. These things have agency because they produce effects on us. And we can see now that objects can be immaterial too. Anthropologist Victor Buckley tells us that our empirical assumption that objects must have a physical materiality is also open to question. And he describes different material registers in which we can understand architectural form beyond the tangible. So, architecture can be an image, it can be a metaphor, a performance, a ruin, a diagnostic, it can be a symbol. So, a building could be an image only. We can kind of understand that now in a digital age, I think. It can be a ruin, it can be a symbol of something else. These are all things that Hayduk is very comfortable with. So this material register, it acknowledges that objects can be immaterial, and that this increases the complexity and ambiguity between subject and object. From my own experience as a designer, I would argue that once an object is exerting agency over us, it's suddenly become a subject. So for example, during the design process, the architect is immersed in the future life of the building, and that projected reality becomes the intended reality. And that's even more so as soon as the architect shares that projected reality with clients, design team, other people. The building is now a subject. With Hayduk showing us how easy it is for buildings and inhabitants to shift their identity between object and subject, we can start to think of buildings as subjects and the inhabitants as objects influenced by them, and of course vice versa. So now we've got a massively expanded understanding of the complex and fluid relationship between subject and object, or at least I hope we do. I hope that explanation was clear. We can see that our empirical understanding of assumptions about mind over matter are not reliable. I am not the only subject. In my own practice as an architect and as an educator, I've noticed moments when these shifts and ambiguities between subject and object become particularly pronounced, and it's as a project moves from inception to completion, and I'm just going to try to give a few real-world examples to explain this. So architects have a duty towards not only their patron, but the building users and wider society. They've got to shift their perspective on inhabitation from subject to subject and from subject to object as they're designing. For example, when you're considering the dimensional planning of a space or the ergonomics of a detail, the building's users are generic bodies, almost like an object more than a subject. If you're considering the building user's experience, they become subjects again, brought together as a series of likely types of user assembled from our personal experience. And then when we're interacting with patrons, building users and the public, we're going to site visits, briefing events, project meetings, that's when architects are able to engage with people as individual subjects again. When we're making material and product choices, the architect must be aware of the cultural and physical implications of them. These materials have agency, they have immaterial qualities, and we have to remember that. And when we're considering the ideas that the architect will embed in the architectural object and the way that it will be occupied in the future, the building itself is transcending its inanimate nature, and it becomes a living, breathing subject in the imagination of the architect. This shifting of who or what the subject or object may be, it might seem strange, but it's an essential part of the imaginative and creative process. If the material register can include the immaterial, and if an object can have agency, it's not really so difficult to consider the inanimate objects as subjects. During the design process, the subject constantly shifts according to the fluidity of the context that the architect is engaging with. If an architect can recognize and make these shifts consciously, they can better grasp the complexity of the task and reconcile the architectural object with its human subjects. Hayduk was concerned with these questions of the slippery relationship between subject and object because his work lay in the realms of uncertainty when an architectural idea is just emerging. I think his deep engagement with teaching really informed these insights. I certainly have become more attuned to them myself when teaching year one via live projects. By introducing reality into the design process of students who are just starting to learn how to design, brought these issues to the fore, because we could have very natural conversations about the challenges of practically realizing an idea in response to real life demands where relationships between subject and object kept shifting. A live project makes it easy for making and thinking to be considered together, and it helps to embrace the contingent and the complex as a completely normal part of design without sacrificing its imaginative qualities. Characteristically, Hayduk brought an unconventional approach into play when he was approached by students and their tutors in the 1980s and 90s, asking if they could build his designs. You'd expect a renowned architect to micromanage such a process, the realization of their vision. But Hayduk's teacherly wish to encourage student learning and his curiosity about how would the students interpret and realize these designs, I think it overtook any egotistical concerns that might usually be expected about the final appearance of the built result or even its ultimate fate. How long will it be there for? What will happen to it afterwards? This very process of translation from idea to physical object was of such value and interest to him that he allowed space for the unexpected to happen in the realization of these projects. In an interview with Lawrence Hedrick in 1991, Hayduk described his approach to these student installations. I choose to do disinterested work as research into thought, into ideas, as investigation. I don't work towards something, I just work. I do these works and they take on their own lives as organisms. The thoughts permeate generations. Sometimes students come back and say, I remember that, or I would like to build this. Some get built, some get dismantled, some go other places. My only request is that they capture the spirit. I'm not going to watch every button. Everybody gains. I suspect we still have an incomplete record of Hayduk's installations built by students in collaboration with him during his lifetime, and that's really typical of live projects. The better financed and more established schools might be able to fund and document their work, but that's not a luxury available to everyone. However, this map made during Flores and Pratt's 1999 collaboration with Hayduk is a really helpful contemporary indication of several of them. And if any of you know about any of these projects, I would absolutely love to find out more. Some of them, I like the one seems to be in the Canary Islands. I don't know that project at all. If any of you know anything, I'm always really super eager to hear more. There's just a lot to be found, I think. You've seen a lot of these, and I probably don't have a lot of time, I'm guessing, so I won't go over the installations in too much detail, but just to say that in order to track down these installations that could be described as live projects, I'm looking in particular at the ones where they were built by, that have student involvement and that were built during Hayduk's lifetime with some kind of collaborative element with him. It's not always easy to work out which ones had student involvement. Some it's very obvious, others it's not clear. And so I'm sure there's probably scraps of documentation all over the place. Sometimes formally in books that Hayduk published, as you have here. And obviously Helen Binet's photography has been talked about a lot, is incredibly helpful. And I love the contrast between this kind of like normal photo in normal lighting when it's almost being occupied, and then the more formal photography where it becomes an abstraction again. It's so interesting to see the documentation of it. And this one is less seen, so I'll stop on this for a bit longer. This is the retreat mask, the one that got me interested in Hayduk in the first place. So there was a Writing the City festival in Stockholm in 1998, and this was built in Slussen in Stockholm. And this, there's a website that Flores and Pratt maintain, which is a really lovely documentation of their collaboration with Hayduk in 1999 as they were building an installation called Working Room from the Project House for a Poet. And I'm sure that there are lots of these kinds of correspondences and really interesting translations from idea to reality that exist and probably scattered in lots of places. So yeah, really fascinating to see that loose collaboration where he's not insisting, he's suggesting things and saying bits that he would, are more important than others, but leaving other parts open for this collaborative element and for this interpretation among the group that are building the work. And this is it in its first, so this is the Flores and Pratt's project, initially installed in one day on Barceloneta Beach. And then they've got documentation of it being built. And then it traveled around several campuses in its lifetime. So really interesting. I think I'll stop there. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope that was clear. Thank you, everyone. Gather my stuff, sorry. Thank you. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Jane. 2 minutes spare, but okay. You're the first one today. Let's make a round of applause for her again. About the time thing, of course. Well, Q&A from, you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask online here, but Dina Sukhanova will moderate the discussion. She's a research fellow at the recently founded Institute of Contemporary Art, Design and Architecture of the Art Academy of Latvia and former director of architecture program at RISEBA.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, especially with in such company. When I heard from Dainis that Jane Anderson is coming here, I was really excited because, as you know, I have been also involved in these so-called live projects, realizing 5 of such projects here. One here directly at RISEBA courtyard, and 4 of them for another in Valmiera city. But yes, Jane, you are not only architect, educator, but also researcher. and author of numerous publications as well, right? And particularly the topic of your interest is these live projects and this design-build education. And you are dealing with live projects in academic setup already for how many? 15 more years?
Yeah,
more than
that,
15 years,
2008 was our first one, yeah.
Yes, that's really long history for you. Where do you find, and actually maybe if we can kind of refer to Hayduk as well as an educator, how would you evaluate this importance having such live projects, these hands-on activities as part of the formal curricula? Because here I have to tell you that here we don't have such tradition, and what we are doing here we can call mostly summer or extracurricular activities. They are not part of the formal learning program.
Yeah, so I think that my involvement with live projects is a little bit unconventional but you also do this, but our live projects, and most of the ones that I've done are with year one students, whereas that's why we found Hayduk, because the live project precedents that we found were much more sophisticated, you know, lots of US design builds that were permanent housing with very substantial performance expectations, and we were doing live projects. Basically, our year one students arrive on day one, they get the brief and they have a client and a brief and a site, and they are going to build something in 4 weeks mostly. So that's their introduction to architecture, and we found it completely transformative because we were no longer wrestling with what is real and what's not real, because that was with the other way of teaching, where you start with an imagined project and then maybe in your postgrad you might do a real project, a live project. If we start day one, everything is one-to-one, so we don't have a scale problem. They haven't learned to draw yet, no problem, because we're going to make this thing, and when we'll learn to draw it from having made it. So I think that it's easier for a day one student to understand reality, and then while talking about reality, all of these more intangible, subtle, difficult, complex things come in a really natural way. So if something changes, it's not my teacher was unfair to me because they changed it and now I'll get a bad mark. It's just like, well, the world changed, now I have to move on with it. So it's a really natural way of learning, I think. And so we just found that incredibly exciting, what the students can do. And we really respected what they could do, and they felt proud, I think, because they'd achieved something. And also, there's an element of working together. They have to work in groups, and this idea of it coming together into something bigger than they could achieve builds their confidence hugely. So with the project that I showed, that was the wall panels made from ultra-locally sourced waste material, the students each in groups made their own panel to a system, and they made the external cladding, the insulation, the vapor barriers, all the way through to internal cladding, the 9 layers, all recycled. And they enjoyed that, but it was only the day when the frame went up and they installed the panels and they could see their achievement, and it was bigger than the one person could do, that it was a very important moment for them. So there's just so much about live projects that I value, and I think it's just a natural way of learning. It gets rid of a lot of confusion about what's real, what's not real. But that's why I started looking into Hayduk, was because of this, what is real, what's not real, and the fact that our imaginations and the material are constantly having to connect with each other. You can really understand that through live projects, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree. How many of you actually have been taking part in such design build projects, summer schools. Raise hands, raise hands. Yes, yes, more.
Well, if you
Not
want
so much, not so much actually.
If you want to submit case studies to Live Projects Network, we would love to see them.
Yes,
Always
indeed.
so fascinated.
And Jane, together with her colleagues, have built and they are still building it and still developing this so-called Live Projects Network. It's a digital online database with lots of projects already, hundreds, right, all over the world. So if you know such projects, you can also submit. RISEBA, one of RISEBA Summer Schools Festival, is also listed in this database. Yes, yes, I have to say that what you have been doing, your theoretical approach also to this method, right, was very important for me in order to kind of convince me to engage with this method, to perceive it as, so to say, important in teaching young architects. It also assured me that it's not just kind of the entertaining thing, right, or summer activity, but it could be important part of education process, connection in class, and hands-on skills important in exploring rural and urban environments, testing and intervening, engaging with society, which I think is very important as well, confronting also architecture thought through courageous, temporary or permanent and socially significant experiments as driving force of innovation and forward thinking. How important for you is this testing and experimentation aspect, and do you allow your students to, so to say, go crazy with their designs?
That's a really good question. I think that Jeremy Till said that a live project can never truly be an experiment because you can't experiment on people, or at least that's problematic, and I think he's got a good point. But when we're doing year one projects, we have to choose them quite carefully. So we have to, it's always a negotiation between the people that you're working with so that you can produce something that's of use to them. So you have to think about the capabilities of the students. But what we do, our method that gets around that problem of, we don't deliver one solution to our clients, if you like. Because it's year one, we've got 140 students, and so we have maybe 24 different solutions offered up, and so the client can pick and choose elements from each one, and then they can react to it, and then we can work out where the solution lies within all of this range of possibilities. And every time we do a project like that, there are moments with some of your groups where they want to push it a bit further than maybe the brief says. Maybe the client said they wanted X, but they would quite like to give Y. And we will normally say to that group, well, try it and see what reaction you get. And we normally have a briefing moment when the client could come in and give feedback. And it's a hugely important learning moment for the students to see whether they need to go beyond what the client's perception of the brief is. And sometimes those people that go beyond it manage to hit the jackpot and identify something that the client didn't realize yet, when they gave us the brief. And sometimes the students want to be maybe a bit too ambitious, and we think this might fail, but we'll have that conversation with them. Are you okay if this fails? Because it might. And then we can have a really good conversation about whether they want to, sit within the brief in a nice, neat way and achieve everything and feel satisfied with that, or whether they would like to see what happens if they push it a bit further. And I think you can have unbelievably sophisticated conversations with the student in their second, third week of being an architect that you wouldn't possibly be able to have in a conventional project because of that. And it's really interesting to have those conversations.
Thank you so much. 10 minutes, flew by quickly. Oh my God, I can't believe it as well as you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this Q&A. I would like to say to all of you guys, thank you for the first big part of RIXARCH Conference. Keynote speeches has finished, and we are going to continue with white paper sessions, but we are going to do it after a quick coffee break. 15 minutes coffee break, and then we continue with white papers. very beginning, I have one thing to say. Dear white paper session speakers, time is really limited, and when you will hear sound like this sound, yeah? This sound means that you have only 1 minute left to wrap up your presentation of your white paper, please. Well, I hope we can start. And this funky session, I think it's going to be funky in the best way possible. And we are going to start with Onju Ozalp, about unfolding new approaches in modernist design thinking through the post-World War II architectural competitions in Turkey. Please, Onju Ozalp, stage is yours.
Hello everyone, it's wonderful to be here as a part of this conference. Should I start now? Oh. Again, hello. It's wonderful to be here as a part of this conference, and I want to thank the conference committee members for organizing this event. Is my first slide on? Is it on? Yeah, my presentation titled Unfolding New Approaches in Modern Design Thinking Through the Post-World War II Architectural Competitions in Turkey was further developed from my PhD studies at Middle East Technical University and is being supervised by Professor Güven Arif Sargın, and I would like to express my gratitude to my supervisor for his invaluable contributions on my studies. Throughout the presentation, I will focus on the competition projects in Turkey, mainly through the group and solo works of Vedat Dalokay. As competitions are very important processes and have the potentials to create new grounds for further discussions, the presentation will include both realized and unrealized projects, and I will consider the concept of design thinking as an encompassing process rather than a strictly defined boundary. The focus on the importance of the post-war period architecture in Turkey needs a very short revisiting. As Sibel Bozdoğan discusses, unlike the dominance of the nation-building ideology of the early Republican era, starting from the 1950s, Turkey started to experience the dissolution of the state-led civilization mission of modernism. As Bozdoğan underlines, post-war period was accompanied by a temporary optimism towards the democratic connotations of modernization theory, a lukewarm reception of the international style aesthetics, and accordingly, the new generation of architects tended to belong to a larger international community in Turkey. It was the year 1944 that important steps were taken and the High School of Engineering was transformed into Istanbul Technical University. As Ruhi Kafescioğlu indicates, 1941-42 academic year was the first establishment of architecture section as a separate part from the engineering school, thanks to the efforts of the Professor Emin Onat. Vedat Dalokay graduated from Istanbul Technical University just 7 years after the first establishment of architecture section as a separate part from the engineering school in 1949, with high engineering knowledge alongside architecture. Before presenting Dalokay's archival material, I would like to thank Sibel Dalokay as she gave me the permission to access to her father's influential archive, which doesn't have an open access yet. It had been under the supervision of Zafer Akay previously and now is in the process of digitalizing at Salt Research in Istanbul. In 1957, Dalokay and Nejat Tekeleoğlu won the first prize for the Kocatepe Mosque competition, and the architects presented a completely new interpretation with their modernist approach for a mosque design in Turkey. From the elevation, the abstract language of the composition become more striking with the contrast between the three-dimensional curvilinear shell structure of the main prayer hall and the verticality emphasis on the self-standing minarets, which were detached from the main unit. The sketches of the proposal are important as the Kocatepe Mosque stands out in the city pattern with its distinctive form, and architects seem to be searching for its symbolical meaning in the design phase by representing it in relation to the Anıtkabir and the historical Ankara castle. Also, the interior sketch suggests the intentions behind the definition of inside-outside relations. The architect's main aim seems to be achieving a weightless shell structure from inside, as the arms reaching to the ground were densely hatched and the main part of the shell remained in the light without any shade in the sketch. And we can trace design alterations on the elements in different phases, such as addition of multiple openings on the main shell. On the importance of this competition, Bülent Batıman notes, quote, "The termination of the modernist project for Kocatepe Mosque was a breakpoint. After that, mosque design in Turkey reverted to the conscious mimicry of classical Ottoman empires, which for the conservatives was both a victory over tradition, of tradition over modernism, and a nostalgic representation of imperial power," unquote. Also, as Batıman notes, after 1960 military coup in Turkey, the responses towards the proposal had transformed, and the modernist design was associated with the coup by being considered as an artificial intervention. In 1966, just 9 years since the announcement of the competition, the foundations of the project were destroyed, and instead another architect's proposal was commissioned, which can be seen on the right image. Although unrealized, what remained with Dalokay during the Kocatepe experience is important, and cross-reading of it with the Faysal Mosque competition of the architects can provide new insights about Dalokay's design phases. As being one of Dalokay's close friends, İlhan Tekeli notes that during the development stages of the Kocatepe competition, Dalokay and the construction engineer faced hardships that were related with the unresolved complexity of the paraboloid shell. Even though some tests were made in Paris for calculation, the form remained as a real construction problem. According to Tekeli, the decision behind keeping the single space with the new form in the Faysal competition was also related with the ease of calculation for its physical construction. Aside from this careful examination of the form for the constructional concerns, Dalokay's response letter to Ağahan Foundation Secretary Süha Özkan indicates his inspirations for the Faysal Mosque. Dalokay wrote a remarkable note just below the final form of the sketch. It follows the tent we made when we were a child, a childhood dream. I believe this explanation is important because Dalokay, who was very well aware of the symbolic power of a religious space, did not take a historicist position or try to legitimize the design process with an ideological connotation. On the contrary, he put a very personal touch into the process as one of the references of the design. Following his letter, the project report provides a comprehensive description of the project. Dalokay explains the joy of living as the spiritual content of the design and lists space, light, water, air, and color as the means to achieve his concepts. Regarding the form-finding process, the architect presents a very clear diagram behind the main decisions of the organization. While the minaret highest point of the main prayer hall, and the structural system comes from the proportional divisions of a rectangle, the final form was achieved through the same rectangle's folding process. It seems that the architects rotate an imaginary box and take guidelines from it. I will quickly pass some images which refers to the already mentioned qualities such as color and natural lighting for the interior. The formation of the space was defined with phenomenological qualities. As Dolokai explains, quote, "Space is what is covered, what is in shade, but I did not want a simple expression of a roof. I wanted a feeling similar to the one feels under the shadow of a very large trees, the great trees which filter the light evenly under them." Before his late competition studies, I want to mention that Dolokai was the mayor of the city of Ankara between 1973 and 1977. For the time-related concerns, a very brief note about this period can be Dolokai's emphasis on the public good, with his high concerns of the social problems of the city, including housing problems, protection of the coastlines for the public use, and his innovative problem-solving capabilities for the city, including water and traffic problems. I think his competition projects also refers to his work as a mayor and the discourse pattern as being a mayor. The importance of the right of the public appears in his proposals and remains visible in the representational concerns to explain his projects. The presence of the public, their access and inclusion to a municipality-related building, the common use of the outdoor spaces and visitors' approaches have a high priority in the proposals seen here as Altındağ Municipality, Ankara. Before I continue with Dolokai and the team members first winning urban design competition for the Taksim Square proposal, I want to show some images with the Republic Monument, Taksim Sheraton, and Etap Marmara Hotel for the audience to provide a quick impression of the site. We are now looking to one of the main competition boards. The 45-floor high-rise building suggested in the proposal either as the new Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality building or as a culture and art center. I read the organization of this project as an intention to create a balance between the vertical growth and open access for the public on the ground, which makes up for this vertical rise. Clearly, this change in the silhouette is one of the design decisions that the architects were after, while solving the required program in one single unit by leaving the whole project site for the public use. The model photograph suggests that the architects approached the ground as a thick layer and treat it like a relief with urban balconies for vista points and proposed gradual terraced resting areas. It's also interesting to see that the team didn't hesitate to engage with the historical elements and offered new meanings to them. For instance, the base of the Republic Monument was elevated, made visible with the artificial lights during the night, and provided with openings to relate to the underground section. In the project report, the importance of the legibility of the surroundings, vista points, the feeling of being present in the site, and the Anatolian architecture as a reference for the architectural units were emphasized. Also, the importance of the vista in the proposal starts at the below part of the main competition board. Indicated as the Marmara frame and the Bosphorus frame, which can also be directly translated from the board as a window, emerge from the core of the site. Among the proposed high-rise building and between the pre-existing ones, an imaginary rectangular framing appears. By selecting specific vantage points, one of which is the Republican Monument, significant local points appear. And almost all of those points transformed into a redefined special unit or activity-related zone and integrates into the nearby with strong connection paths. Also, in this board, we see the three-dimensionality of the ground, terraces for vistas, and realized monuments can be followed. I believe one of the most significant aspects of this proposal is the team's reflection of their own time in the design for the special units. Following the ground floor plans, we see the words yesterday, today, and tomorrow as separate space names for the Epineer Republic Museum. By informing the past and the future, the concept of contemporaneity and being present in between a timeline narrative becomes an important part of this proposal and introduce the concept of time specially into one of the most important squares in Turkey's collective history. By engaging with competition proposals with the help of the broad lens of design, alternative vantage points appear and they can provide new grounds to further explore modernist approaches that are inherent in the design process. This approach can officially critically evaluate how a design idea articulates and further develops into abstract thinking processes in making architecture and contribute to unfolding subjective ways of exploring modernist design thinking. Also, by stretching design thinking process beyond the limitations of a single competition project, evaluations of the design ideas and their further developments can be traced. Thank you so much for your attention. Thanks.
We will continue with the next white paper presentation from Gildish Tajhir and Gulay Dalgic. White paper about the effects of architectural design knowledge on visualization of mental image. Please.
So, hello everybody. First of all, this is the put down. Okay. I want to thank you for all this organization. I am really pleased to be here. And I am going to explain today for you the effects of the architecture design knowledge on the visualization of the metal. First of all, I am going to explain two literature review, but I don't want to boring for you. And then study aims on methods, and then students' examples and finding, and also the conclusion. So the literature review, you also know this architecture design is the form and expression of the people for use of the line of the explanation. First of all, you think about where does come your brain, and the mental you explain this of the views of the line, different kind of line. And this architecture is today given this example how we can this of line explains this people think about this and expression this your mental image. First, all of think about this become of the line the words and what is explained the words we don't know, and we try just use of the line different source or line we express we think of this line. And the architecture design or first year students, you take off these basic designs and learn how to explain first of all kind image and then mental image for this explanation. So this is the literature review. Of course, you've seen also the mental methods of the first of all come your brain, the mental words, what's the meaning of the mental words you first of all think. And then conceptual method, you express both of this, what is the meaning of this for this expression. And this is also the use of those different kinds of methods. Of course, your explains your idea. First of all, what's come your mind, and then use of this different kind of analyze and your explains your idea. So the aim of the study, of course, we take out this importance of the basic design studio. What is the give of this basic design studio? And you express this basic design studio, how the students take of this or repress this line of this explanation. For this, of course, we use of these methods, the two types of methods. When this is for explainable, first of all, we use of this, what is the conception of the physiological kinds of your mind, and we ask student, what is the meaning of this? And then we, the use of this method, line and differences and the spatial space, and then we wait the students represent this with the drawing of the line. Of course, we use of this the approaches, the methods, and this method is guided methods. We try to learn how to explain first word for the student. And then we analyze the use of this, the Matrox program, digital, and we try the analytical expression we take out. For this use of this architectural building, first year and first semester student come the campus, and we ask, what is the meaning of this building for us? Just your drawing, okay? And then first they drawing, they say the reading of this building is exciting. How we explain the excited? We use of the line, and then, of course, 1 year, the end of, we check out this. Now, we ask again the question, what is the building of the architecture? And first of all, steps is, she like poor meaning mental and just drawing. And then when they study this study studio take the lesson, basic design, and then experience of this line. So we check out this line, of course, this what is the effects of the line, and line types, and orientation statue, and range of the stage, composition steps, and dominant elements, and concept of the conclusion. As I say, this is the analytical study, and we just met the computer, we analyze of this, what is the differences, this first step and the second step. And we also see here the effects of the graphs. In the first and the second line is the same, all of this, half of. But the composition steps of the graph, when we look at this, the second is more intelligent. Students start to learn how to drawing with express of the idea come, the use of the line. And when you look at the line types, of those change of these line types of this, differences vary, but most of this current strange line is more effect is this second patch, explain this line. So, orientation of the, when you look at this orientation of the line, we see these also, what is the first steps and different steps, is the most of this central single line is more express the people, students, what is the thinking about the express excited the word. And then we use of this also the range of the line. We check out this of this first of the second step is the same, but so equal is the same of the study line. And the dominant, when we look at this dominant of this line of this glamp element, we see that the first step is the poor explanation is more participate, and the when look at the participate. And concept composition definition, when we look, I don't say all of this calculation, why is the very boring, you see also this here. I've just explained the differences, first steps and the second step. And this is also is the differences between first step and the second step. You just analyze of this, the basic line, how the mental image come, and what is the meaning of the word. And the second step, when you take off this studio, and student also learn how to express the words with the use of the different types of lines. And as a conclusion, we also see here, in the studies of this, investigation of composition, we see of this, what is the poor, before taking the studio lesson, how they express people the line, the use of this line connection. And when take off this studio, learn how to take this subjective and of there's differences from this study. So the main, I want to express this or study, this basic design studio, more is objective and subjective. You take of this student before they study some of the studio, you just poor line use of this. But when take the studio and learn, and 1 year, I don't know, maybe before what has happened the 4-year end of this education. But the first year when finished this, and we say the students learn how use of line express of this idea. Just we try out this. Thank you for all listening for me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, this was really quick. Thank you. Thank you so much for this. We are going to continue with the next presentation, a white paper about experimental tiny house settlements in the European context. Andrea Contursi, on stage, please.
So, hi everybody, welcome to my presentation. And as the presenter already said, I will discuss about the issue of tiny houses in the European context. And first of all, I have to say that tiny house is quite an inappropriate word sorry, should be the opposite. I want to go to the first one. How can I do this? And now this. How can I initiate the presentation? The first one. Okay, let's go on, sorry. Tiny house is quite an appropriate word because it would be better to speak about minimal dwelling, or let's call them easily small houses. But I will use this concept of tiny house, this word tiny house, because it's the very commercially popular word at the moment, and is very present in the press and so on. So there is a big discussion about tiny houses in Europe. They are very popular, but there are some problems connected with their practical construction. What must I say about tiny houses is that, first of all, is that tiny houses are basically, in first instance, the logical answer to impelling economic constraints. It means when the cost for construction and energy are increasing, like in this historical period, the most spontaneous answer of the people is to cut the construction cost or to cut the size of the houses. After the motto, we cut costs because we cannot afford more. But there is another basic assumption, which can also be a motivation for building tiny houses, and then less is not just less, but less is, means also that less should and could be enough. In this sense, the construction of small dwelling of tiny houses, it's something more than a simple answer to material constraints, but it becomes rather a philosophical approach. The idea to reduction to the essential in order to achieve personal freedom from the conditioning of market and so on. And this issue of the minimal dwelling has been discussed since the very beginning of modern movement, since around the beginning of the 20th century, but the perspective was totally different. Around 1920, the quest for minimal dwelling was rather to be linked to the top-down policy which was mainly exploited by social democratic government in order to enhance a little bit the living standards of the working class. Around 1920, we have a totally different situation. This is today. The quest for minimal dwelling is rather a movement by an impoverished middle class against the suffocating pressure of consumerism. It implies also a very important aspect, which is the sensibility for environmental issues. The idea that minimizing the ecological footprint of the home dwelling can contribute to the general fight against climate change. And now I'll go to the next one. Okay, nice. The situation about 1920 was described by Hermann Muthesius, one of the founder of the Deutsche Werkbund, one of the main protagonists of the discussion about architecture at the beginning of the century in Germany, in a small book called Kleinhaus and Kleinsiedlung, which he translates something like small house and small house real estate. In this book, he listed a series of experiments which have been developed at the time in Germany in the field of social housing. At the time, it was common opinion that small row houses with garden could be a suitable solution for low-income families with many kids, and were supposed to be a healthy alternative to large housing blocks with their narrow inner courts, lack of open green spaces, and so on. This brought to the development of so-called small houses real estates. It means workers' settlements in which all families were provided with a tiny garden for growing vegetables in order to guarantee a certain degree of autarky or autonomy to large families, even in economically harsh times, as it was the case of Weimar Germany, which was a time characterized by big economic volatility and recurring inflation crisis. Of course, a very important aspect was the modularity and standardization of the housing units in order to reduce planning and construction costs. However, this kind of approach has been heavily criticized by some scholars like Manfredo Tafuri, that consider it like just another way to enhance the quality of the workers, just of the little bit necessary in order to ensure the further productivity of the capitalist system. Next one. Takes some time. Oh no. It takes some time to change the image. What you see is an example which I decided to illustrate here. This is the Tigelsbach housing estate in Duisburg. And it is a very interesting example for this reduction of the dwellings to the very essential elements, where you can see in the also, I want to switch to the, in order to go back, I have to choose the second one. This one. Okay. So you see that in the area view of the real estate is very similar to the Kiefweg housing estate in Rotterdam. Both settlements were planned in the same years, about 25 to 28. And not only the appearance of the both projects with these row houses is very similar, but also the very basic idea which stand at the basis of the both settlements, because both were conceived as real estates for large families. If you want to apply as a resident for these real estates, you have to add at least 4 or 5 kids. And so everything was conceived so to reduce the whole dwelling to the minimal, which is strictly necessary to live. So also the sanitation was also reduced to minimal terms, because it was common sense at the time that workers' family didn't need any bathroom, so just have a small water closet on the staircase and no more. This gives really the sense of this reduction to the very essential. Now come to the next one. It takes 5 seconds to change from an image to another. This is a view of the real estate. And here we see this garden, which was meant to be at the beginning a garden to grow up vegetables in order to assure the autonomy of the family also in a time of economical crisis. So I come to the situation of today. Of course, today the original concept of small house settlements for large families, as they were called, Kleinhaussiedlungen, has become obsolete because of course after the end of the World War II, the perception of which are the very basic needs for living has changed. It means that the family was looking after bigger houses, and it's brought to the development of the typical average detached single-family house that you can see here, typical example. It was the middle-class after-war dream in Germany and in Central Europe at least. But today the situation has changed again because the reduced size of average households on one side and the steadily increasing cost for construction and energy have turned the classical detached single-family house into an unaffordable dream, also for a large part of the middle class. So the tiny house has grown in popularity as an alternative to this typical one-family house. This is generally a simple small house with garden and with no more than 50 or 60 square meter floor space. And it exploits very often heavy prefabrication methods in order to cut costs. This means that these houses are often produced as prefabricated models. Differently from the reductionism of the 1920s, rather than pursuing the goal of rationalized mass production, the minimal dwelling of today embraces an individual dream of freedom and self-reliance. But there is a problem to solve. Given the high population density of Central Europe, how to create urban structures, avoiding at the same time a tiny house sprawl, made the tiny house become a valuable alternative in a highly regulated European context, where of course it's very difficult how to find a suitable plot of land for such small houses. I come to the next. In Germany, there are currently many companies producing these modular houses. Here we see an example. However, little consideration has been taken by these companies for the potential aggregability of the houses in order to form urban structures. A notable exception is a Coda modular house by Estonian company Codasema, which has been conceived as from the very beginning as an urban infill unit. It means that the house has just windows on the front and rear, but the other two sides are without windows, and so they can be easily attached to each other. Come to the next. Okay, and this is now the project for a tiny house Siedlung in Dortmund-Sölde, which is currently under development. I am involved in this project as an architect and as a developer at the same time. This is a project which is characterized by this participation process. It has been started from by an initiative of the planning authorities of the city of Dortmund, and given the fact that there are a lot of families interested in this project, the families have been divided in different groups or clusters, whereby every cluster carries on its architectural concept independently from the others. The results are discussed together with authorities and other groups in regularly scheduled meetings and workshops. Here we see, for example, the results of the next workshop, which was organized in November. Each group has a different idea of how private houses and collective spaces should look like. What you see here on the right is our cluster, which is called downsizing. We try to develop structures with a strong urban character, planning our houses side by side, and grouping them around a common central place, which we call piazza. While taking part to a common vision, still every house retains its individuality, which is related to the personal priorities and imagery of the single components. This is the project of my own dwelling. Okay, I come shortly to the conclusions. If rightly managed by administration and planners, the tiny house movement could really open new unexplored perspective for the future of housing in Europe. it's very important this intervention of the public, because otherwise tiny houses would remain, as is today, in many cases dependent over individual initiative. And it happens that a lot of times just the people who are lucky enough to already own land, a plot of land, can afford to build this minimal dwelling, this tiny house, which would be very difficult in other cases. With the help of a careful advocacy planning, this is my opinion, tiny houses could potentially become the incarnation of a new ascetic attitude, through which people could learn to live according to their real personal needs and with less conditioning by consumerist attitudes. Tiny houses could help people in learning independently their own limits of growth. And I paraphrase, of course, the very famous publication of the Club of Rome, The Limits of Growth from 1972. I will finish the presentation with a quote by Pier Vittorio Aureli. To say enough means to redefine what we really need in order to live a good life, where less is just enough. So, thank you very much for your attention. And I will be very glad to have a short discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contursi. We will continue with white paper and presentation from Irem Hafiz about the allegories of the primitive hut. Please. This is back.
Okay, thank you. Dear speakers and audience, first of all, I would like to thank all for being here. I'm very honored to be part of this amazing conference, and I really feel content after listening quite fulfilling talks and impressive presentations. It was really mind-opening for me. In my presentation, I will try to depict my study as an ontological inquiry into architectural form and form production by using narratives of hut. In this regard, first, I want to briefly mention about the background of my study. I will share my literature review of the research field and go on to my study, go on to my research questions. Later, I will try to take your immediate focus on the primitive hut as an important topic standing out in the history of architecture. After I introduce the hut trilogy through my hypothesis and methodology of the research, I aim at suggesting a way of searching and understanding of the architectural form production. Lastly, I'm planning to conclude my presentation by sharing my expectation for the further studies. By starting these drawings taken as the sections from the distinct sources, I intended to picture the set of discussions aroused my interest towards the form variations, the geometry of architectural form, and standards and principles of designing. And these all discuss along with the origin of building. The background research of the literature actually comprises some scholars from the classical paradigm, primarily Vitruvius, Alberti, and Serlio, Palladio, Perrault, Blonde, Chambers, Logis, Boulet, Ledoux, Dua, Viollet-le-Duc, Ruskin, Zempa, and extending to the theorists in modern paradigms such as Benevolo, Tafuri, Frampton, Curtis, Hayes, and so on. The literature reviewed in the first instance is in fact acquired from the reading list given in the scope of a PhD course at my university that I took in 2019. This architectural research class with its reader extending from the classical period to the modern tradition has shaped my initial thoughts, critical stance and post-structuralist approach in the research field. In the light of these readings, controversial discussions on form building, I have come up with a number of how questions. How to reinterpret the nature of form and form building, and also how to recontextualize the origin. How are the principles, standards of form determined and changed constantly? And how does the paradigm shift affect the formal expression of architecture that's handled with the changing character of tectonics and sense of beauty? Besides the trilogy of huts that I selected, sorry, I forgot to change, okay. Besides the trilogy of huts that I selected the models by Logis, Zempa and Le Corbusier, there are many more theories of primitive huts in the history of architecture not included and focused in my study. As you see, there is Filares' primal hut from the 15th century, while the image on the left top showing the primal man, Adam as the founder of the hut, and the basic framework of the primal hut. We can also see the construction of it illustrated by Filare. About Filares' depiction of hut, German historian Hannah Weiter-Croft states that, I quote, Vitruvius' account of the origin of the house is linked by Filare with the Christian tradition. After the expulsion from paradise, Adam became the builder of the first or primal hut. Filare gives us the earliest known representation of the primal hut. He shows how Adam forms a shelter for himself from the rain with his arms. There follows the depiction of a tent-like dwelling and of huts with roof beams resting on forked tree trunks, end quote. There is also Gerardo Spini's design for the primal hut from the 16th century. The other illustration on the right-hand side is from Chambers' treatise of the 18th century, showing the evaluation of the Doric order from the primitive hut. And lastly, Viollet-le-Duc's render of the primitive hut, again addressing the matter of origin. Since the primitive hut models as the prototypes of form production and design have been developed as the distinct origins and representing different characters of form and building throughout time, this study proposes to depict and interpret the genealogy of form production by using the simple and most basic nature of these hut allegories. Indeed, the analytical method of this research has been adapted from Zempa's method used in conceptualizing the four elements of architecture, in which Zempa adapted the classification method of biology to his research of the architectural theory. The constant redefinition of the architectural form generation represented by the huts is suggested to be analyzed regarding the subjective and objective values of form. I suppose that this dichotomy of building has proceeded to be discussed in different terms from the classical period to the modern times. From the Vitruvius division as signifier and signified to the Frampton's contemporary theory of tectonics found between ontology and representation. Therefore, this study takes these two conflicting dimensions of form crucial in order to understand and conceptualize form and form building. Now, I would like to briefly share my basic overview of the three hut allegories, the primitive and the Caribbean and the domino type. Each has distinct ontologies and representational characteristics and accordingly has own definition of beauty. Logi, by following primitive methodism, believes that essential beauty, which is deprived of custom and convention, is to be found in nature where all rules are derived. He delineates the hut as, I quote, a long square wherein 30 columns support an entablature and a roof terminated at the two extremities by a pediment. This is all it contained. This collection has such a simplicity and grandeur that strikes every eye, unquote. Logi's three elements, column, entablature, and pediment, constitute the structural logic of his hut and rejects the division between structure and ornament. Thereby, the ornament becomes the constituent part of the structural logic. As regards the structural character of the column, Logi's concept of the order is contrary to the Roman ideal and its re-establishment in Renaissance architecture. Frampton identifies Zempa's hut as an anthropological counter-thesis of Logi's primitive hut. Rather than Logi's focus on nature, there is an emphasis on man, human in the Caribbean model. The four elements, heart, roof or framework, enclosure, and mound or earthwork are depicted as the visual reminders of man in his primitive state. The heart, correlated with the fire, recalls Vitruvius' depiction in his text, The Origin of the Dwelling House, in which he mentions about the warm fire where the antecedents gather around and subsequently the first conversation between the individuals and social intercourse occur. And afterwards, construction of the shelter starts. As a consequence, the heart element of the Caribbean hut turns into an important and symbolic center for human being and human dwelling. On the other side, the other elements, the roof, the enclosure, and the mound placed around the hut are related to the technical aspects since they are introduced to defend, to protect the heart's flame from the outer world. Nevertheless, there is the symbolic existence of the infill wall that divides the character of wall into two, as the core, the technical part, and the skin, the symbolic form. In this case, the separation of the ontological and the representational qualities of the elements of the Caribbean hut is obvious and prominent, contrary to the Logi's hut, in which the structural element is intermingled with its symbolic existence. This study assumes Le Corbusier's concept of house machine to be another form of the primitive hut, reconstructed and recontextualized in the modern paradigm. The domino skeleton basically represents a new ontology and beauty of forms built in the new environment characterized by industrialization and the mechanization of productive systems. Since the true nature of the orders in the classical language of architecture is replaced by the standards of mechanical beauty, a temporary nature of the beauty of the machine is suggested in the new epoch instead of the permanent principles which are supposed to be founded upon nature, as Loge mentioned. William Curtis, an architectural historian, defines the domino as a genotype and points out its peculiar and representational character of the time as follows. I quote, equally the purified diagram of structure represented by the domino could be seen as the very distillation of the idea of load and support. The essence of column, floor, and roof expressed in pure, virtually ideal forms. It was like a genotype, an image of origins, out of which a symbolic architecture might be developed, encoded. In addition to its symbolic meaning, the structural frame of the domino with its slabs and posts indicates a new ontological existence of wall and form. It generates a detachment between the structural posts and the screening and separation functions of the wall. Rather than the uniform enclosure of the Caribbean hut, dividing the wall into the structural core and the outer skin as dressing. This study aspires to present an analytical method of searching through critical evaluation and comparison in order to see the nature and the future of form and form building. The hut trilogy is intended to be presented as one example of compilation of the primitive models. So, other alternative models can be inserted in, or new articulations can be suggested. I put this image of Kislas model as my last slide in expectation of a future study. Regarding non-standard discussions, free-form, algorithmic and generative productions of form in the contemporary computational design field, I presume that Kislas' design of the endless house overlaps with the concept of the primitive model. So, as an extension of the lineage, it can be analyzed along with the computational form generation and open up an up-to-date discussion on ontology in relation to the sense of beauty. So this is all, and these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Irem Hafiz, for your presentation. Let's continue with our next white paper presentation from Suzanne Brorson. We saw her on stage a few hours ago, towards a new Baltic vernacular, experiments in research, teaching, and practice as epistemic strategy.
Yes, thank you.
Please, stage is yours.
The remotes?
Forward and
okay. Forward, back. All right. See if I manage. So yes, first of all, I'm very delighted, I have to say, to be part of this conference here in Riga. And I will be using the opportunity to talk about my ideas of some sort of new kind of Baltic vernacular, maybe, and my experiments in research, teaching, and practice as epistemic strategy. I'm going to be skipping this one because I think we don't have so much time, so I'm just going to be jumping right into the Baltic. It was already during my diploma at Bauhaus University, in fact 20 years ago, that I started to engage with the context of the Baltic Sea area. As a site for my design project, I chose a fragmented quarter on the northern harbor island and the Hanseatic city I was born in, Stralsund, that was part of former East Germany. The harbor island itself was not accessible during the time, as I remember as a child, because it was used as a military base. After the fall of the wall, the city moved back to the water edge, with the open Baltic Sea in front of it, as it had been the case for centuries. At first, I had no idea where to start with my project, as it happens to be sometimes. The fragmented quarter itself consisted of several buildings from different periods, large warehouses, smaller sheds, some residential buildings and garages, all of them not in use at the time. A shipping company that was trading with goods from the Baltic, I suppose about 150 years ago, had gradually bought up these buildings as it grew and had then connected them through internal doors and openings. My discovery that it was possible to walk through all of these doors and then through almost the whole quarter, passing through various spaces, turned into my main concept, a continuous journey through Baltic landscapes. As part of my proposal, the quarter was repaired, and it became a department store for Baltic goods, where one could travel to different countries and experience different Baltic landscapes. It also marked the beginning of my own very personal architectural journey through the Baltic. Some years followed as an employed architect in London, where I spent some years working at Stephen Taylor's office, which has influenced my thinking about architecture very much. One project in particular was the 3 Small Houses project in Shoreditch in London, a new build scheme that was scrutinizing the question of how to live in London, exploring typological aspects and design elements of historical London dwellings. After completion, it became part of a joint exhibition and publication on some ideas on living in London and Tokyo, together with projects by Ryunichi Sawa of Sana. It was in summer in 2005 that I visited my family on vacation from London, and then it suddenly stood in front of me. This old, pretty derelict thatched house on the Baltic island of Rügen, and it was for sale. I was 25 and I had no money, obviously, but I suddenly realized what I really wanted to know: how to live around the Baltic. Also, as part of my professional work as an architect, of course, I started to engage with the topic of sustainability in architecture. I soon realized that there might be some valuable knowledge in vernacular building to understand how buildings were designed and built to respond passively to climate and environmental conditions. I was interested in typological aspects, again, form, shape, floor plan layouts, but also construction and materiality. I felt I needed to know all this before even starting to design my house, let alone draw a line. I registered my PhD in 2016 at Technical University in Berlin under the title of Design for Northern Climates, a typological research on vernacular building in the Baltic Sea region and the potential application of identified climate-responsive design principles in housing architecture today. I started my research with quantitative methods through literature review and archival research. I visited archives in Copenhagen, Stockholm, Riga, Helsinki, Tallinn, not only once, where I would find drawings or photographs like these. Beautiful, but rather often without any indication of the precise location of these buildings, let alone its orientation. North arrows were missing most of the time, which made it hard to understand the climate response of these buildings. So I combined my research with qualitative methods through fieldwork and observations, interviews with experts and homeowners. I feel I have been basically everywhere now, twice over, often traveling around for weeks around the Baltic, but it was fantastic. My youngest daughter was with me a lot, who now goes by the name of Research Assistant A. It had become such an important part of my life, traveling through Baltic landscapes, that I can almost not stop. Here I am in Riga. Through that, I identified 32 case studies. They all had to undergo a process of recontextualization, for which I chose the method of drawing. Architectural ethnography came into play in retracing how these buildings could be read in context throughout the seasons and how people might have lived in them throughout the year. Following to that, all 32 case studies were examined in detail with regards to the response to the main climate elements: wind, sun, precipitation, temperature. But what I also understood is that vernacular architecture is a very relative concept, directly linked to place, that it is more of a process that developed over centuries through a trial and error method and subsequent evolutionary self-correction. Vernacular buildings were seen and accepted as ongoing experiments aimed at knowledge creation, mostly presented and documented through the architecture as epistemic artifact. Parallel to my PhD, I initiated the Baltic Vernacular Experimental Laboratory at Potsdam School of Architecture in 2017. It set a focus on exploring the nature but also the potential of vernacular architecture, very much aimed at experimentation and research by design. Baltic Vernacular, the experimental laboratory, then moved with me to Brandenburg Technical University, Wismar University, and now to Hafen City University in Hamburg, where I'm teaching the field of experimental design. At some point, I'm going to make this quick because we've heard so much about it. At some point, I came across John Hayduk's 9-square grid problem that he developed, I believe, during his time at the university in Texas. And I've used it quite a lot, and the more often I use it in various ways, a lot with first-year students, I realized how wonderfully intuitive but also super rational it is, so both at the same time. Lately, I've also used the 9-square grid problem as an inspiration to teach an experiment with climatic design principles, which actually works as well, where I could use the 9-square grid as a sort of framework or open system for spontaneous adaptation. So again, this playfulness allows for a very non-linear experimental design process where various spatial configurations can be explored in a very instant manner. Oops, no, that was too quick. Does it move? Okay. Right. So parallel to experiments in teaching, I experimented with my old house on the Baltic island of Rügen while living in it and observing. The building is originally of the EW58 type, a serial building design that was developed in East Germany in the early 1950s, quite the opposite of vernacular. Hence, my aim was here to recontextualize this building, including its climate adaptation. Besides a general refurbishment of the house, architectural interventions were rather careful and small, also for economic reasons. The most prominent change was the erection of a wall to the north, creating a wind-protected courtyard space and through that a microclimate. A large terrace serves as an extension to the inner living spaces. Here are a few photographs. This is how it looks now, basically. The inner courtyard is always a few degrees warmer than the garden surrounding it, and there is even a little peach tree growing in it. The amount of openings of the facade was reduced, and only a few new windows were placed to frame views to the landscape, allowing to harvest sunlight. This also means that there are different climate zones within the building, which is, at the same time, the main architectural concept. A recent addition to the experimental house is a smaller building at Riga, the black-white house, that is a reference to the albedo effect, of course, which it is also utilizing. It contains an unheated, flexible living space that I call the summer living room, clad in polycarbonate. The other half of the building is an insulated space, the black sauna, which can be used as additional guest rooms as well. So basically, the house shrinks to half of its size in winter and extends to double in summer. It was also when my research question changed again and moved into the context of the seasonal climate of the Baltic and seasonal architectural response. The next experiment is an ongoing one. We have always had the problem that our house tended to cool down significantly through strong winds in autumn and winter. During my PhD research, I discovered a vernacular method, which is the seasonal dressing of certain facades with natural materials, such as reed or seaweed, but also garden weeds, old leaves, all sorts of things to hand, which makes it a particularly spontaneous method. It was an experiment in two phases. At first, I dressed 1 square meter large panels with seaweed and reed and observed them during the course of 1 year. Phase 2 of the experiment turned the wind-exposed westerly facade into one big loom, worked on during a workshop with students from RISEBA Riga, from here, and RISEBA University last August. Seasonal wall dresses act as additional insulation, but they are not only functional as such. They also very much relate to Semper's Bekleidungstheorie, or the theory of dressing, and using several weaving and binding techniques for individual expression. I was interested whether the use of natural materials could result in a similar aesthetic quality as the beautiful rugs designed by the Bauhaus artist Gunther Stölzel. We also got some very valuable input from the Finnish textile artist Timo Pitkämö, who taught us how to knot. It was also John Hayduk who stated that artistic practice in architecture is an intense inquiry into the relation of architecture and life, ultimately arriving at ethical questions. The seasonal wall dress is a very democratic, circular method available to everyone, closely connected to Baltic building culture. Oh, now it works. The result was presented at the Constructive Disobedience Conference at TU Braunschweig last September, and it will be traveling to Venice Biennale this year. I'm also monitoring the facade through a thermal camera, as studies have shown that vegetated facades can reduce heat loss by up to 8%. Oh, sorry, I'm also having a cold. I've recently, about 3 years ago, returned to the Baltic island of Rügen to live there permanently, and I have moved my office from Berlin there as well. One project that was recently completed is the Eco-Village Rügen that I have again used for research by design purposes and through its implementation as research through practice. The site for the Eco-Village lies pretty wind exposed, almost fully surrounded by water. An existing development plan was reinterpreted and a new master plan was developed that arranges the new buildings as three-sided courtyards, leaning onto a local farmstead typology. Obviously not for sentimental reasons, but mostly for climatic ones and to connect to the existing village. Furthermore, 3 building typologies have been developed: the main house, A, with 2 flanking barn buildings, B, and a sort of spontaneous type C. The design of these new buildings is based on the climatic design principles that I have identified through my research. The development of the 3 building typologies as a modular design idea was aimed at the prefabrication of these timber buildings, but was leaving enough freedom for individual adaptation. One important aspect in the plan development was again seasonality. The main house, for example, I call it a hall house type A, has an open plan kitchen and living in the center, flanked by a larger main dwelling to the left, A, in this case, and a smaller one to the right, 2, for the elderly or to be rented out as a holiday flat. The central part can be fully opened in summer, turning it into a covered external space, which really reminds me of the examples we saw earlier, the mother-daughter house with a sort of space in between to look onto the water. I did not know that one. I also developed a binding design guidance not only aimed at architectural quality, but also as a tool to steer the process. It stated the 3 typologies as a framework for individual design options, referring to the prefabricated timber construction based on one structural scheme only for each typology. Yeah, so I'm just going to skip this one because I'm trying to come to an end, but it doesn't move. Yes, now it does. My latest travels through Baltic landscapes took me to the small Danish island of Læsø, almost where the Baltic meets the North Sea, close to the northern tip of Jutland. It is a very unique place because buildings here are thatched with seaweed instead of reed. The potential of seaweed as building material is fantastic due to its very durable properties. Some of these roofs are 300 or 400 years old. Many seaside resorts around the Baltic are clearing their beaches every day from seaweed, which currently ends up as waste. I went to Læsø with some students from Hamburg this year in January, and we also met the local seaweed roofer who told us everything about it. The appearance of these roofs is very impressive, almost somewhat disturbing or foreign, or very strange and weird, a very archaic sight. Some of them are enormous, and I learned that they can weigh up to 120 tons. Standing in front of them, they seem to be alive, with their fur or hair blowing in the wind. We went down to the beach on this very stormy day in January, when it dawned to us what these roofs reminded us of: sea monsters, suddenly emerging from the seas just like the material itself. When looking into the phenomenon of sea monsters and then architectural monsters, I quickly arrived at John Hayduk, of course, not at all as a formal reference, but rather as an inspiration or a device to highlight current challenges in architecture. In deploying all knowledge and tools that we have as architects, we can solve a lot of problems, but what we must absolutely not lose is our imagination. The next design build workshop will be a seaweed monster summer kitchen pavilion. It will explore the vernacular seasonal typology of summer kitchens from the Baltic, but also the potential of seaweed as building material, especially its aesthetic qualities. One particularly interesting material property of seaweed is, as the legend goes, that it cannot burn. We will try it out. Thank you very much.
Danke sehr. Danke sehr. Yeah, we have finished our white paper discussions, white paper presentations. At this point, I have to announce, Efe, please come on the stage, discussion part.
So, what an inspiring day. Thank you, and thanks a lot to the incredible organization team, like everybody here. I think it's a good idea to leave the discussions to tomorrow's city walk and our time at the library. So I think it's a good moment to call it a day, and let's have an amazing Friday evening, guys. Thank you very much.
About tomorrow, shortly you should see a slides about program tomorrow that was written in my script. Guys, can you show it please? About the program for morning. There are guests who are here at, I believe it was 10 o'clock. 10:30. 10:30 you will be gathered at the hotel and you will have excursion from Old Town to our National Library, and as said before, discussions and talks and everything there. But those people who are here but are not our guests or speakers, you can join the event at Latvian National Library. I believe it was at 2 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, I think the event starts. Efe, yeah? 2? 2. Correct. Yeah, tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here in RIXARCH. Day 1 officially is closed. Thank you so much and enjoy Riga. Bye.